I would also like to welcome Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice Chairman of Trust Society, and our mentor, Mr. Zulfi Bhutto, who is the keynote speaker, Mr. Parveen Rajpal, who is the guest of honor for the conclave. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and joining the conclave.
Thank you, Dr. Shamshi.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Aparna Mishra, Director BCIPS, has also joined. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. May I request all the participants to keep yourself on mute for the session. The queries and questions will be taken by the dignitaries at the end of their address, and you're requested to note down your questions and put them in the chat box. We'll be taking up the relevant questions after the session. India is both critical to the success of global development efforts, including eliminating extreme poverty, and as an influential leader for the growth of various industrial sectors. We are at a crucial intersection where technology, business, and humankind meet to create a better, more productive world. The unprecedented issues and challenges we have experienced in the recent years have been reshaping the way we live, work, interact, and manage our businesses. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Latika Malhotra, on behalf of Banarsidas Chandiwala Institute of Professional Studies, Dwarka, welcome you all to Charcha, the annual Management Conclave 2022 on India's transformation story, global leadership, and innovative governance, breakthrough to excellence. As someone very wisely said, the first step to knowledge is to listen, then to be quiet and attentive, then to preserve it, put it into practice, and then spread it. To begin the conclave on an auspicious note, may I request our student Sakshi Trivedi to sing Guru Vandana in her melodious voice. Sakshi.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Sakshi, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Guru Re Brahma, Guru Re Vishnu, Guru Re Devo Maheshwara, Guru Re Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all, teachers.
Thank you, Sakshi, for this enchanting prayer.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm profoundly delighted to welcome the very eminent dignitaries who have honored us with their presence today. We have with us the chief guest for the day, Mr. Anjan Banerjee, partner at Bizwin Solutions Private Limited. Our guest of honor, Mr. Praveen Rajpal, founder, director, Innovation Next, and our keynote speaker, Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, business head, dealer strategy and development, India and SAARC region at Steelcase. We are grateful to all our distinguished guests for accepting our invitation. Thank you for joining us and gracing the event. We also have with us our mentor, guide, and also the Vice Chairman of Shri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society, Shri Vipul Gupta ji. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you with us today. Now, to begin with the inaugural session, may I now request our director, Dr. Aparna Mishra, to deliver the welcome address and give this session an energetic start. Ma'am, you're not audible. Yes. No, ma'am, not audible. I request the participants to be patient. Director ma'am will be joining us again. No, ma'am.
Dr. Mishra, maybe perhaps because of your Bluetooth, which you're using it, has some issue of compatibility. Can you switch off your Bluetooth and directly try speaking through your laptop or desktop mic? You are still muted. Can you unmute again and try? Dr. Shamsher, it looks like Dr. Mishra has some issue in her system. So if somebody else can introduce and start the session.
Latika, can you invite our Vice Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. May I now request Shri Vipul Gupta ji, Vice Chairman, Shri Banarsidas Chandiwala Seva Smarak Trust Society, and our mentor to share his inspirational thoughts with us. Vipul sir.
Sir, please mute yourself. Sir, unmute yourself. Yes.
Yeah. It's truly a blessed day, and with the beginning, we are beginning the session with Guru Vandana. Of course, there are glitches; it can happen. Guru, the one who takes us from dark to the light. The other reason to bring cheer today is our team steered by Dr. Aparna Mishra, Director of the Institute, and her able deputies, Dr. Shamsher Singh, Dr. Asjar, Dr. Dhaiya, for having worked hard to collect the brightest of gems from the corporate and industry. It is an elating experience to have luminaries with rich experience and load of achievements with us today. Our students would definitely get to know key ingredients of success when they go through your talk. That it is toil, sweat, and hard work. Nobody can be successful without it. And the achievements speak volume about all who are here. With this, I extend warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Anjan Banerjee, guest of honor, Mr. Praveen Rajpal, our keynote speaker, Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, then Mr. Krishnamurthy, and our panelist, Mr. Sumit Khanna, who's Associate General Manager and Head Content Marketing. And the other reason for proud moment is to have our alumni amongst the panelists, Mr. Abhay Goyal from Bloom Hotels, Goa. About the topic of India's transformation story, global leadership and innovative governance, I don't have much to say and deliberate upon, because we would like to rather hear from people who are erudite and who have lived it through and made India proud, right? But only one thing, which is separating India from rest of the countries in the world, has been seen during COVID times. The kind of importance which has been given to India for being genuine and ethical. Of course, not that we don't have corruption in our country. That does not mean, but there are better things in our country which really help us lead. And I'm sure, of course, we can't say that we have become leaders. Of course, there are industries, there are zones where definitely India is leading. With this, I would hand it over to you, Latika, and to take us through the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable and encouraging words with us. Aparna ma'am, may I now welcome you for the address. Aparna ma'am, is she here? Aparna ma'am?
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible now.
Thank you so very much, Latika, for giving me this opportunity. At the outset, I take apology from everyone for this technical glitch. I'm really sorry. I cannot join in time, but I would definitely I would like to extend my hearty welcome to all present here. So I start with this quote by Swami Vivekananda: "Arise, awake, don't stop until the goal is reached." A very warm good morning to all present, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, the distinguished dignitaries, my fellow colleagues, members from academia, participants from across the country, dear students, and the live viewers. On behalf of faculty, staff, students, and management of BCIPS, I hereby welcome all our distinguished speakers, guests, and delegates to this auspicious virtual gathering of our fourth Management Conclave on India's transformational story, global leadership, and innovative governance. I extend a hearty welcome to you all to join us and to grace this occasion from different parts of the country and abroad. We are encouraged by the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Anjan Banerjee. We are grateful to you, sir, for having accepted our invitation and for sparing of your valuable time to honor us by being our chief guest on this occasion. We are also grateful to our guest of honor, Mr. Praveen Rajpalji, who needs no introduction as an industry veteran. My gratitude goes to Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, our keynote speaker. I'm really glad that you have kindly agreed to become the keynote speaker of this conclave. Sir, we are honored to have you all here. It's really a matter of great privilege for all of us. The wheel has almost come full circle. There was a time when India was known as Vishwaguru, a world leader. Well, India earned it with wealth and blessings abound. Today, India is striving to get its lost status back. Public cries tend to expose what's often ignored. The COVID-19 chaos that we all find ourselves in has forced humankind to pause and reflect on its wrongdoing. We are exploited Mother Nature for too long, but nature has its way of restoring itself, and that's what it's doing. Today, the mightiest and wealthiest countries in the world are crashing. One virus has brought the world to standstill. I mean, who would have imagined that the world's biggest economy, the USA, will thrust into recession like this? Up until now, most of us Indians were in awe of West. Call it due to culture, standard of living, healthcare system, education, or lifestyle in general. However, this pandemic bringing Indians back to their homeland and in good numbers. Now that the world has adopted Namaste as a way of greeting, Indian values have a treasure trove of belief that can change it for the better. From Ayurveda to Indian science and that constant faith in universal God, that's more to India that the world needs to know, learn, and adopt. The world is swearing by Indian spirituality, yoga, meditation, and ancient Indian wisdom are reaching far and wide. The global perception of India is changing. I quote by Sadhguru, India has been the most vibrant and colorful culture upon the earth for many millennia. Let's make it prosperous once again, as it is not just a nation, but a treasure to the world. Unquote. When India will turn 75 on August 15, 2022, it will mark a moment that comes when we step out from the old to new. It will be the era of New India, an era where India begins its journey to become a global leader in thoughts and actions. The call by our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for transforming a new India by 2022, strategies in the form of New India at 75. These strategies are an attempt to bring innovation, technology, enterprise, and efficient management together at the core of policy formulation and implementation. India is a 3.1 trillion economy, and the three major verticals that constitute it are services, agriculture, and manufacturing. Global investors seem to be upbeat about investing in India. A Deloitte global survey said about 44% of the 1,200 business leaders surveyed globally are planning additional or first-time investment in India. A large proportion of international business leaders remain confident in India's short and long prospects and are ready plans to make additional and first-time investment in the country. Aiming for a $5 trillion economy, India is fast racing to be the third largest market after US and China. That's a big leap, considering that if we rewind to 1980, when it was just $190 billion financial system at the 13th position in the world ranking. Conjoined with one of the youngest demographics and an increasing middle-class society, this race, however, put India's high-octane growth through several challenges. In times of crisis, such as current COVID-19 pandemic and its economic and social repercussions, public governance is one of the most important aspects. Governance arrangements have played a critical role in the country's immediate responses and will continue to be crucial both to the recovery and to build a new normal once the crisis has passed. The biggest bottleneck are the bureaucracy and the reform needed in state administration, which needs to be addressed. In state and central governance, the emphasis must be placed on implementing minimum government, maximum governance, as quoted during the Union Budget speech this year by our Finance Minister, Dr. Nirmala Sitharaman. A major overhaul of the numerous civil services is needed. Administrative reforms need to be designed in the changing context of emerging technologies and growing complexities of the economy. This will create accessible and transparent governance. Society today places a high value on innovative thinking, primarily because it has been able to provide solutions to problems that conventional method did not. The key insight here is that it is the utility of innovation, not the novelty, that makes it so desirable. The most important challenge for New India will be to establish sustainable development for a sustainable future. Niti Aayog has been continuously working towards improving India's ranking in the global indices, including the Global Innovative Index. Be the change the world needs. Never let a good crisis to go waste. These words by Winston Churchill are all we need in the face of global crisis fomented by COVID. They remind us that every adversity brings in opportunity, and India today needs to seize these opportunities together. The world is looking at us with keen eyes. India, the second most populous country in the world, is going to emerge as a winner, beating this pandemic like a warrior, for we are a country of warriors, and we have learned no less. I'm very sure that with this comeback, we'll be emerged as truly the Vishwaguru, and all our universities will once again be recognized as giving right education to our young minds so that they become the global citizens with deep-rooted Indian values. A new world is awaiting. It's about time India attained the position of a Vishwaguru, a global leader who doesn't shy away from going back to its root and embracing a holistic lifestyle. For that is what the universe wants. We must abide by it and emerge as a stronger nation. To discuss these things and many other related topics, we have amongst us very eminent and scholarly panel of dignitaries. It's a great honor to welcome all our speakers of the panel discussion session who have accepted our invitation and agreed to come here to share their opinions. I'm delighted and feel privileged to have them here for the deliberation. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir. I look forward to having an engaging and interesting session with you all today. Last but not the least, I take this opportunity to thank our mentor, guide, and the biggest support, Shri Vipul Gupta ji, whose valuable inputs have helped us crafting this event with so much detailing and taking care of the small nuances and making it happen at this grand level. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to end my address by once again quoting Sadhguru: "The nation is not the land, it's the people. In transforming the people, we shall have a great nation. So together we can change the world. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay positive, and don't forget to keep the faith." Thank you so much. Over to you, Latika.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving this event a very spirited foundation and elaborating the theme of the conclave. On that note, today we have amongst us eminent personalities from corporate and academia to grace the occasion of our annual Management Conclave on the theme India's Transformation Story, Global Leadership and Innovative Governance. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our chief guest for the day, Mr. Anjan Banerjee, Bizwin Solutions Private Limited. Sir has over 42 years of experience in IT, ITES, and consulting at national as well as international level in both public and private sector. He has held leadership roles and managed key techno-commercial responsibilities while working for organizations like CMC, Digital Equipment, IBM, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Polaris, Capgemini, and NSTC. Sir has a rich exposure in handling varied government projects in railways, coal mining, oil, engineering, vocational education, etc. Over the last several years, Sir has shifted his focus towards teaching and training focused on the intersection of technology and business. An alumnus of the prestigious Calcutta University, Mr. Banerjee has been associated with TMTC Pune, IIM Bangalore, and IIM Shillong as guest faculty. We welcome you, sir. It's an honor to have you with us today. May I request Mr. Anjan Banerjee to take over the session and deliver the inaugural address?
Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be amongst you and sharing some of the knowledge that I would have gathered over the years. At the time when I joined the IT industry, I think probably the term IT industry was non-existent. It was in 1979. And I have seen the emergence of a whole new order and impact on the global scenario that has been created. When I started, software exports or international business in IT was very nascent, but led by the visionary leader, Mr. F.C. Kohli of TCS, the journey had already started. And it has today brought TCS to a global number 2 position, just behind Accenture. And you can imagine what journey it would have been. Inspired by TCS, several other players like Wipro, HCL, and then Infosys, and now Cognizant, they have all stepped into the top 10 tier. The top 10 IT industries include all of these players. So 5 of the top 10 are Indian companies. You can imagine the impact. Now, to be successful in the global space, you first need to establish a strong domestic base also to earn that credibility. And we have done that in the country by introducing IT into several sectors, both in the public and private domains. So over the next 15 minutes, I'll try to share what India's position today is in the global space and what opportunities have now been created pursuant to the pandemic and how we can leverage that going forward. I'll share my screen. Is the screen visible?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. I'll just go back and share.
There's upward arrow, sir. You can click on that.
Your entire screen. I guess it should be visible now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's coming.
Thank you. As I said, the top 10 IT services companies include 5 Indian companies: TCS, Cognizant, Infosys, Wipro, and HCL. And even the other 5, you would have noticed, have significant presence of their offshore delivery footprint in India. Now, why is this happening? It all started with a cost advantage initially. If we do the resourcing in India, the cost differential makes it more attractive for the developed nations to transfer their business to India. But in my opinion, a more significant reason why this was possible was because of the largest talent pool in this space that we provide. Several countries have tried to jump onto the bandwagon and also take a share of the business with different degrees of success. The reason that we are still ahead in the race and that this success cannot be replicated overnight by another nation is because of our education system, which produces talented, qualified manpower in plenty, and that is feeding into the industry today. We also have time-tested systems and processes which enable rapid rollout of delivery. I remember during one interaction with a client, I had asked, and this was way back in 2003, that when will it be possible for other nations such as China to catch up with India? Because China is competitive and they are equally strong with the talent pool that they produce. The answer was simple. What takes 3 months for the Indian companies to take over from us by way of an outsourcing assignment, by way of knowledge transfer, by way of transitioning the job, takes 9 months for a Chinese company to do it. So naturally, they have a long way to catch up. So our time-tested systems and processes are very useful. Now, an economy, one of the hallmarks of the growth of the economy and that has been used frequently these days, is the rapid rollout of unicorns from India. What is a unicorn? It's a startup with $1 billion market valuation. If you would have read, you would be aware that today there are 93 unicorns from India. In 2021, some 44 new unicorns were added in this list. And today, you will be happy to know that majority of the unicorns are in the IT products and services space. In the first 40 days of 2022, some 8 new unicorns were created. Now, what are the services that the IT industry provides in the global space? Consulting, business process management to some degree, application development, and outsourcing services in abundance. The largest share of the IT revenues from the global space are in these two areas of application development and outsourcing services. So what does it constitute? Consulting is business consulting, IT strategy consulting. Business process management is basically business process re-engineering. And then there is ERP implementation and custom development projects in application development. And the largest piece, the largest footprint is in outsourcing services, which consists of application maintenance, infrastructure maintenance, and BPO. The opportunities in front of us today in consulting are digital transformation and business process re-engineering to a large extent. In the infrastructure services, it is cloud services, infrastructure management services, and information security services. And in application development and maintenance, we will be focused on the new technologies which are very eminent today, which are AI and applied AI, data analytics, blockchain, and IoT. During the post-pandemic recovery, every organization, irrespective of their size, will face its own set of challenges. Could be in the areas of business acceleration and operational efficiency, mergers and acquisitions, customer experience management, product innovation, supply chain innovation. Let's take an example. As a healthcare industry, they have faced a major turmoil and challenge and opportunity due to the pandemic in the last couple of years. And this industry, healthcare as well as the pharma or life science, as you call them, one of the key dependencies of any growth in this area is data. Data is the 21st century currency for health and life science. Now, the disconnect between desire and reality of being a data-driven organization has been huge. Catering to that today, you have emergence of services like data as a service, wherein the individual healthcare organizations are not dependent just on the data that they are generating, but deriving data from the global experience through data as a service in different layers. The pharma companies need huge investment in IT platforms for their research and development, which is the key to getting new drugs in space. This is an area which was facing or creating major challenges for the smaller sized pharma companies because they could not afford to invest in these platform infrastructure or IT infrastructure to a large degree. So today we see the emergence of platform as a service, which is AI-enabled analytics platform, and that can be used collaboratively by different pharma companies and healthcare companies as they go forward. IDC estimates that on average, approximately 270 GB of healthcare and life science data would have been created for every person in the world in 2020. The global healthcare and life science data sphere industry vertical represents roughly 7.3% or 29.1 zettabyte in 2020. As remote health monitoring and diagnostic increases, we expect to see a large uptake in the amount of data created in the healthcare and life science industry. Successful deployment of AI in healthcare and life science organizations must balance the art of the possible with the art of the practical. What are the key takeaways from this healthcare example? That big data explosion is happening as we speak. So cloud native platforms powered by AI ML technologies are the way ahead for creating scalable co-innovation models. The borders between healthcare and life sciences are rapidly blurring, and connected ecosystems learning from each other are being created. AI ML is the key enabler in connecting the dots and in deriving critical insights from the real world data. The digital front door is opening both for healthcare and life sciences. Remote is the new present. Now, when we talk about IT today, we cannot but touch on a topic called m-commerce. Now, what is m-commerce? Very simply put, it is the delivery of electronic commerce capabilities directly into the consumer's hands, anywhere, via wireless technology. Advantages are quite a few. Easy store access. We all use it, and we know how convenient it is to access the various stores that we want to reach to buy some stuff. Better user experience. When you go to a physical store and you want to search for a particular item, you have to spend a lot more effort and a lot more time to get there if the store is big. But on a online store, you can really get to your desired product or service very easily. And so the user experience in various dimensions is better. It's a new marketing channel for the stores, for the product producers. Location tracking and personalized notification is one of the advantages. Cost reduction and productivity improvement, increased return on investment. There are different types of users in healthcare, tickets and entertainment, finance and payments, entertainment and games, etc. Now, according to a Forrester study, there are some concerns, like 30% of the smartphone users said they don't make online purchases as they don't feel secure using mobile payment services. And 14% said they were afraid of the phone information being sold to third parties. Now, these concerns are there, but the net effect of the opportunity and the concerns is there in the next line. In 2019, m-commerce made up 67.2% of the e-commerce sales. In 2021, this figure is expected to have been 72.9% of e-commerce sales and at $3.56 trillion globally. So basically, there are some skepticism, some security concerns which are genuine, and we need to be alert and aware when we are using m-commerce facilities. But there are people who use m-commerce for 90% of the requirements wherever it is feasible. And so the way to go is to be secured, to be safe, to be alert, and follow the right protocols, but not to shun m-commerce because it's a huge opportunity. Now, today, when we discuss in 2021 India's global leadership position, we cannot but touch on Make in India impact on the Indian economy. Under the Make in India program, indigenous manufacturing is expected to increase by 12 to 14% per annum over the medium term. As per World Bank, manufacturing contributed about 16% to the country's GDP in 2016, which was higher than the global average. It encourages global players to manufacture in India and sell anywhere. Imagine the impact. It is definitely going to raise the bar on quality. Because of the presence of the global players, obviously, the domestic players will be challenged to improve their quality deliverables as well. Now this has been extended to PCB manufacturing. So what will it create? It will result in our foray into IT products space, because the global players are coming in. They are going to manufacture the PCB boards. With the local availability of PCB boards, lot more manufacturing of IT products will happen, which will take us into a different league altogether. Because if you look at the largest players in the IT industry, the organizations like HP and IBM, significant portion of their revenue comes from IT products, which are hardware products. And we will be a part of that growth story going forward. Today, we cannot disregard discussion or touching on the topic of cryptocurrency, particularly after the last budget, when cryptocurrency transactions have been brought under the tax bracket. Obviously, this is a baby step, and there are more steps to come to legalize this or give it a shape as to how India will deal with cryptocurrency. Apart from creating our own digital currency, what else we are looking at doing? Now, when we look at cryptocurrency, just as a mobile phone cannot operate without a chip, cryptos cannot exist without blockchain. Blockchain is the underlying technology that enables cryptos to exist. Blockchain creates or solves the issues for trust and security and enables peer-to-peer decentralized transfers of digital assets like cryptos and NFTs. With that, I would like to conclude that India is well poised to provide leadership globally in the IT and IT services space. We are already deep into this journey, and we have established ourselves, our footprint in the global arena, but there is still a lot of things to do. A lot of journey is still unaccomplished. But I would like to quote from a report that I was privy to reading in the year 2003. I cannot disclose which organization, but I will say a North American manufacturing leader was considering outsourcing, and they were looking at India as one of the destinations. And so they had studied the Indian IT companies, and they had created an internal report. And way back in 2003, I will just quote one line from there on one of our eminent IT organizations, Infosys. And they had said that Infosys is as good as any tier one. Tier ones are the Accentures, IBMs of the world, which are the leaders in their country, and they call them tier one. So they had said Infosys is as good as any tier one. We wish we were doing business with them. That was a great accolade for an Indian IT giant. And with that, I will like to conclude that our opportunities are enormous ahead of us. Our youngsters need to understand that they need to come forward, upskill themselves, both technically and behaviorally, so that they can gel well with the global world and take this journey forward to greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your address has given us some very valuable insights from India's journey in the field of information technology and its contribution across sectors. Thank you, sir. Also, there are a few questions in the chat box, so I request the participants to keep on typing the questions in the chat box, and we'll be taking up the questions after the session. Introducing you to our guest of honor, Mr. Praveen Rajpal. Sir is the founder and director, Innovation Next. Mr. Rajpal is an innovation and creative leadership coach to Fortune 500 companies like Samsung, Dell, Class, and other top Indian companies. Sir has worked as a strategist and transformed business conglomerates like Tata Group, Aditya Birla Group, ITC, and many more. In addition to that, Mr. Rajpal is an accomplished author of various bestsellers like Achieving Business Excellence with CNBC and 5 Thinkings to Win. Sir is a chartered accountant by education and has received many prestigious awards and recognitions for global contribution in learning and development. Thank you for your gracious presence, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible to everybody and you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Screen
so
is not visible, sir.
not visible. Let me try again. I've shared the screen.
Sir, can you see the arrow?
Yeah, I have seen the arrow and I have done everything possible, but it is not allowing me.
Should I share it for you?
Yeah, the arrow is inactive. I don't know why. Is it because somebody else is still sharing?
No, sir. No one is sharing the
No one
screen.
is sharing. Prashant, please check this.
Sir, click on arrow and select the entire screen.
Yeah, this is what I did. I have selected the arrow and your entire screen has been selected.
Which browser you are using, sir?
I have the Chrome.
Chrome, and then select the then you will see the another screen that, and you click on that icon, share your entire screen. And
This is what I did. Yeah, this is what I did. I said share and the entire screen. So it again says want to share the contents of your screen with Google Meet. I said
yes,
share.
yes. Click on the window. Click on that window, particular window.
Yeah, and then share, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Then share.
Can you see the screen now?
Not yet, sir.
Yes,
Now
sir.
it is coming.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
coming,
all
sir.
right. Okay, all right, great. So, very good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Pleasure listening to the previous speakers and the inaugural address also. I'm glad this topic has been taken up about the global leadership and innovative governance. I'm audible. You can see the screen now.
Yes, sir. Your
Yeah.
audible and screen is also visible, sir.
Very good. Yeah. So, we are basically the edtech solution provider to the corporates and the universities. And basically, we help the institutions in developing the large scale culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, which is the need of the hour, and enable them to co-innovate with the MNCs, which is a very big opportunity and which many of the universities are not aware today. And of course, help them to generate new revenue streams, because many of the universities and the academia has been very badly hit because of the severe pandemic, which has been going on for the last about 2 to 3 years. If you see the major challenges that the higher education institutions are facing in India, they are not one. And they have to do something very, very, drastic to come out of these challenges. One is the disruption that they're facing because of the MOOC, the massive online programs offered by, everybody today. The other is the compliance with the National Innovation and Startup Policy, which requires them to democratize innovations. But where is the faculty? The NEP and the outcomes of ARIA. The third and the very, very important one is the closed innovation. And there's a complete lack of the industry and the academia co-innovation. And in this kind of a disconnected innovation ecosystem, nobody can prosper. So this is, these are some of the top challenges, which they're facing today. And to overcome this, I think the ARIA framework was introduced, which said that, they would be measuring every institute on the outcomes that they create in the innovation and the startup journey. But this in itself is a very major challenge, because one of the biggest challenges we have here today is the dearth and the lack of the incubators in India. So if you see the number of higher education institutions in India, there is the world's largest education system that we have. We have about 1,000 universities, we have about 42 odd thousand UGC colleges, we have about 12,000 AICT institutions. So, and the total number of students which enter every year in these institutions is a whopping 38.5 million. But the number of incubators is just about 520. How would we develop the culture of innovation at a large scale? I think this is a question which always bothers me, because you cannot do that unless you have a robust system present. And comparing the startup innovation ecosystem, India versus China, where do we stand? The number of patents they filed last year was 15.5 lakhs compared to 30,000 of India. The startups they created is 30 million compared to 64,000 that we have done in India so far. The incubators that they have is about 12,000 compared to 520. And a GDP of 14.14 trillion. And the GDP of any country basically is directly connected to the innovation ecosystem, and there is no doubt about it. So if India has to take a leap, India will have to take a quantum leap. This growth in the arithmetical progression is not going to be enough. So, Innovation Next basically came out with the world's first digital incubator and the accelerator. I mean, everything is becoming digital. I mean, it's an age of digital transformation. You have the banks, you have the commerce, you have the automobile, you have healthcare, everything, digitizing. So I just wondered, why cannot we have an incubator and an accelerator on your, PC or a smartphone? So we develop the tools, which convert every smartphone into a business incubator and an accelerator on the go, so that the students don't have to be physically present in the incubators, and anybody can innovate sitting anywhere that they want to and create their startup and business models. This incubators that we provide to the people on the digital devices comprises of some very, very important tools, like the 3D idea generators, which is an innovation rubrics, the guided mind maps. In a conventional manner, the mind maps have to be created, but here are the mind maps that guide you on a complete idea to scale up journey. So, it is very easy even for the ordinary person to transform an evolutionary idea into a revolutionary business model. And last but not the least, as I said, we have a completely disconnected innovation ecosystem. So we developed the world's largest innovation network. And this enables people, wherever they are, on any kind of a digital device, to produce the innovations and the startups, which is so very important. A word about the World Innovation Network. We landed up creating a cloud platform which connects the entire ecosystem. So innovation seekers can connect with the innovation providers. The seekers are basically government, companies, R&D centers, the VCs, and the innovation providers are basically universities, the startups and technology providers. I think every part of the world, who have become very successful in their innovation ecosystems, they are countries, who have a connected sort of an innovation ecosystem. You take the example of Japan, you take the example of Germany, Finland, USA. I mean, everybody, South Korea, the latest one, and compare the patent per million of South Korea with India. They have about 3,400 patent per million compared to around 30 or 40 patent per million in India. So this innovation ecosystem is extremely important because the whole world today is looking to collaborate with each other. And innovation today is all about the new mantra for innovation is basically the connections, because the future of innovation is basically not even open innovation, I would say. It is open innovation 2.0. So in open innovation, one, it was the external ideas and the internal ideas collaborating together. But today it is the entire network, the whole ecosystem collaborating. It was focused. Today the companies are very diversified, in their approach towards innovation. They are not just focused. And the whole system is basically on that innovation ecosystem, which is very important. So we ended up creating this innovation ecosystem, which is the world's largest innovation marketplace. Because universities today, they must know what is the requirement of the industry. And for this, we provided them the guided mind maps, which, as I said, enables them to follow a step-by-step journey. So before they know, what kind of a problem universities have to solve today, we not only give them the types of thinking to resolve that problem, but the most important thing is for them to connect on the global needs of the MNCs. I hope you can see the mind map template on your screen. Can you see the mind mapping template?
Yes, sir, it's there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how do I first of all find out what is the need of the whole world today? One click, and I am on the global innovation ecosystem, which gives me the needs of the entire world in one shot. So if a student has a passion in the FMCG industry today, he can simply go and click here, and it connects to the entire world innovation network ecosystem of accelerators. And so it's your choice. Whom do you want to work with, or whose need you want to see? Let us say Procter and Gamble. In one click, you can go and click inside, visit the ecosystem of the organization, and see what is Procter and Gamble looking for. This was a major problem, for the universities and the students. They were not able to create the better product market fits. And another click tells you the kind of needs, the 16 current needs which Procter and Gamble has. And you can read more and submit your innovation, and they come back to you for funding, for mentoring, so on and so forth. So I think the whole platform of this open innovation is extremely important. Similarly, they can actually go see the needs of any other organization that they have to today, automotive or pharma or global needs of the banks and the energy. So this is a very important platform which enables them to, not only develop but also scale up the startups. And the another very important advantage it has is that when you are creating a proof of concept today, you need lot many ideas about the technical feasibilities. These ready mind maps in one click, they simply go there. You can go and find out as to how the drones can be used in the future today. So is it technically viable? So one click on the disaster management and it says the possibilities that you have. So these guided mind maps are going to be very, very beneficial to the students in developing their future innovation journeys, because I believe that the only way that you can ever catch up with China or with any other advanced country to
I believe there is some technical glitch. Sir had lost the connection, I believe, due to some technical glitch. Participants are requested to be patient. Our team is trying to connect Sir back.
He is joining back.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, there was some technical issue. Are you able to see the World Innovation Network?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah, I don't know how it got suddenly disconnected, but some technical issue maybe. So this whole World Innovation Network platform today, it connects the entire ecosystem. So, I mean, if today you want to know the needs of, the accelerators today, you can simply go ahead and find out the accelerators by the fast moving consumer good companies. You can see what are their requirements. In 1 second, you can enter into the organization's innovation ecosystem. I hope you had seen till this place, right? So what is Procter and Gamble looking for? So the whole idea that we have, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are
Yeah.
audible.
Yeah, I don't know where it got disconnected, but anyway, so this whole ecosystem that we have over here, it enables you to create, a much better product market fit. It enables you to reduce your time to develop the products, reduce the time to market, enables you to faster scale up with the corporate accelerators and globalize the startups. And this they can do with the help of these mind maps, the guided mind maps, which enables them to find out the needs of all the organizations in the world today. So if you want to really find out the need in the automotive sector, the students can simply click on the mind map connected to the world innovation ecosystem and find out as to what are the needs of the automobile industry. One click and you are inside Bosch. I think one very, very important aspect that I want to bring over here is that the whole world is moving towards open innovation 2.0. And it is not just about collaboration. I think the win-win partnerships which are being created by Bosch and startups all over the world, how universities and startups can seize this wonderful opportunity and see what they provide. So they enable the startups to even sell a solution at the POC stage. The startups can test, they can learn and speed and network and scale, which is not possible. The biggest challenge for any kind of a startup today is, first of all, to find out what the industry needs and then the scale up part of it. So all these, accelerators who are there on this World Innovation Network platform, they enable you to find out exactly what are their requirements in every sector, and they to basically scale up these startups. So whether it is a pharma, can you imagine if a student who has an idea today in the healthcare sector, how many companies are standing in the queue today to take that idea? And imagine the negotiating capacity of the student to deal with not just Sanofi, but Abbott, but Merck and Bayer. I mean, all these have shifted towards open innovation platform. They're scouting for startups. Unfortunately, the university ecosystem does not know about this. I think the only way to go about in creating a robust innovation ecosystem is to really partner with these organizations, understand their needs, and if you are able to create a startup, venture capital is not the end of the world. The funding options that you have today, because of the presence of the large number of corporate venturing companies present, they don't behave like Shylocks. They actually try to fund you even in an evolutionary stage. Imagine, a student having an idea in the automotive field today can simply go to Toyota Ventures and one click, and there is a possibility for him to submit his pitch deck. So that advanced level innovation 2.0 has gone. So I would request all the institutions to leverage the world's largest network of innovation that we have created, or a market, which enables you to monetize the idea and the startup at every stage, because that is, I think, the need of the hour. So thousands of accelerators in curated in every industry to find out their needs, what exactly do they need, how they can get the benefit of funding and the scale up. And this is the only way that we can actually realize the potential that Arya is talking, and we can actually scale up and come in line with the world's fastest growing economies. Thank you very much. The time is over, so I think I'll have to give the mic to somebody else. I hope you have understood the idea behind this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing the success story of Innovation Next and your words of wisdom, sir. We certainly have had some very noteworthy takeaways from your detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, Business Head, Dealer Strategy and Development, India and SAARC region at Steelcase, an alumnus of very prestigious MIT Sloan School of Management and XLRI Jamshedpur. Sir has been a strategy and business development professional across FMCG, FMCD, and consulting industries in Indian and overseas market with global companies like Lenovo, Tupperware, Haier, Siemens, etc. In addition to that, Mr. Bhutto is a competitive triathlete and sports, health, and well-being enthusiast. He also has been associated with top business schools for coaching the students in the areas of marketing and strategy. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. May I now request you to deliver the keynote address?
Thank you, Latika.
Sir, before that, may I request Mr. Parveen Rajpal to stop the presentation, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so before that is done, I'll take the opportunity of starting this session. Thank you, Latika, and thank you, Dr. Samsheer and Dr. Asjad and Dr. Mishra for inviting me here. I am really privileged and looking forward to it. In fact, I've been listening to Dr. Banerjee, Mr. Banerjee, and Mr. Rajpal. So you'll see in my presentation, which I'll talk about, you'll see some repetition, but these repetition will be call to actions. So I'm a very action-oriented person. Knowledge is good, but what I do with the knowledge is very important. So I'm going to speak today as a recruiter, as I'm sure all these students, those who are doing professional program here, whether they are doing BBA or MBA or any other program, and I'm sure each one of you, like when I was 25 years ago, I had my selfish interest. And being selfish is not bad, by the way. I think it is being, kind of prototyped in different way. Being selfish about my career and what I want to do is very imperative and sacrosanct to what I want to do. So my presentation today will be all as a recruiter. So when I'm going to recruit somebody, and I'm assuming most of you are looking for a job or are looking for starting up your own enterprise or whichever way, but you want to gain some professional or some economic benefit out of your ideas and work which you have done. But before I start my presentation, let me ask this question, because we have been doing very actively, cerebral activity, and we forget most of the time that active brain lives only in active body, by the way. So how many of you did some physical activity today? Running, cycling, swimming, yoga, jogging, or whatever you did. Come back to chat box and to write. Maybe Dr. Asjad can pick up that number and tell me how many of you are really active. Because this is my first question which I ask. And by the way, I'm an Iron Man, the real Iron Man, not the movie one. And I am a working professional as well. And why I say this, I'm not expecting all of you to become an Iron Man or triathlete or something, but be very active. Because if you're not very active, perhaps you will not be able to run that race of using your brain every day to solve problem. That's what Mr. Banerjee was also talking about. So here is what I'm going to start. And as you know, in Steelcase, I'm not too sure how many of you have Googled this company. This company is all about design thinking. Our job is to solve problem. And we solve problem of how people collaborate and work. So my main job is to increase the productivity of any employee, be it Deloitte or Microsoft or Dell or Google. That's what we do in our job. Before I start my presentation, let me see if I can pull up my screen. And good that we have a backup also, Dr. Asjad, in case if I miss, please back me up. And let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is coming up.
Fantastic. So Dr. Asjad, you'll be moderating my session. I look forward to hear how many of your students or participants are active today, this morning. Any count?
Yes, sir. More than 20 students, sir. They are active.
Good. Out of 220, okay, that looks okay. Almost about 10, 15%. My dream will be that 100% should be. Now, let me tell you, all this, whatever I'm going to present in my 6-7 slides, and I am aware that you have a lot of questions to ask. Don't you worry. I will try answering as much as possible. Not today, because we'll have a limited time. I will share my coordinates. You can write back to me. If I know those answers, I'll give it to you. If I don't, I'll find out from the expert and definitely come back to you and try answering and engaging with you. Here is what I'm going to start with. Of course, India is a great country, and I'm Indian, proud Indian, and I love this country. Country has done so much to me. But let me tell you something which is not working very right for us. And it's not that I'm criticizing the country. I'm only saying what is not working and what you should do. So you have a choice right now, whether you want to be one side of it or you want to be the other side where the action is happening. Now look at the first pointer, which I'm talking about. 85% of the job and job title will not exist by 2030. And this is not I'm saying, this is World Economic Forum saying. And I'm sure you'll know the reason why. If you know the reason and what comes to your mind, do write in the chat box. Dr. Asjad is already compiling it and he will share with me. 85% of the job and job title may not exist by 2030. So my question to you is, you want to be in 85% or you want to be in 15%? Now you choose where you want to be. And thanks to all those, revolution which is happening, led by AI and data and machine learning and so on and so forth, you will be forced to accept the reality. So it's better you accept it now and move fast. And I'll not say that you have to go fast, but you have to leapfrog to be in that 85%, top 15%. Second point, 80% of Indian, and you all heard that this is a very young country, a very dynamic country, but unfortunately, 80% of youth in India is unemployable. My question is why? Why are we? Still majority of us are not, employable. And primarily, the answer you will find it, skill what is really required. Do write in chat box and let me see what exactly you think about it. Why 80% of Indians are unemployable? So here is what I'm saying. Either you want to be in top 20% or in top 15% of the job which will exist and flourish. Choice is yours. And I think today is the right time for all of you to make a decision where you want to be. You can't go back and complain. Somebody said, me do this program or do that program or go to this university or go to that university. It is actually your choice. So your skin has to be in the game, because whatever decision you have made or what you want to make, it will impact not only your career, your family and friends, but for the nation as well. So you have to choose where you want to be. Now, if that's the case, what I did in this slide is I tried, kind of skimming top 25 skills, what India needs so that we can be still competitive. Now, what we have done, remember that book which is called What Got You Here May Not Get You There. That's by Marshall Goldsmith. If you have not read it, please do read. I'll talk about a lot of references of reading as well, because I'm a very avid reader. I read a lot because my best learning comes from the reading, apart from work and travel. So when I look at top 10 skills by 2025, I have bucketed them in 4 buckets with the color coding. The blue one is for problem solving. That's the biggest skill one can have if you want to be relevant in top 15% or top 20% overall employability. Now, if you look at that blue one, it's talked about reasoning problem solving and ideation. It also talks about critical thinking and analysis. It also talks about complex problem solving. Now, when you get into an organization, they already have a problem. Please don't bring any other problem to them. We already have our own. But what we need from you as a smart future leader to solve our problem. And I'm not talking about my WhatsApp is not working or Facebook is not working. Can you help me? I'm talking about real business problem, wherein we make some decision. It's a make or break. Can you come back? And that's what in Steelcase we empower. In fact, yesterday I had a young campus graduate. So my question was to him that how good you are at problem solving. And he spoke about something and I gave him a task to do it. In fact, he impressed me. And when he said that this is the way I would like to go about, of course, he lacks experience. That's fine. I mean, I can go back 25 years ago. I was also a fresher, but somebody trusted in my idea and then rest is history and we start working on it. But what I liked is that he wants to do little extra. He wants to think beyond the box and he wants to meander his mind. Meandering is a word, which is, of course, you set a goal, but you allow mind to start thinking the way it wants to think. And then you put creativity, originality, and your own initiative. You can't just copy paste and say, this is the way I want to solve problem. And the last piece is analytical thinking and innovation. And you heard a lot about innovation. So when you put all these things together, that comes under problem solving bracket. That's a very fundamental need we have. The second one, which is in, you can see mustard color, which is called self-management. Okay, I think color coding has got here something. Let me talk about this technology one. Mustard one is a technology one, which is called tech design and programming. And another one is called technology use, monitoring and control. The choice of and control of your use of technology in your hand. How you want to use these technology for now and for future will decide how successful you will be in your career. So whatever we have done so far, we are here. But what we do right now will take us to the next level. The third one, what you see here is in the green. It's all about your leadership, how you influence people. Those people who don't work for you, by the way, they may not be able to report. So when you go back to work, don't expect you will have 10 people, 20 people team. You may be a standalone contributor. So how do you use your communication skill, your interpersonal skill to influence these people who don't work for you, but they still get aligned with you and help you in solving those problems together as a team? And then Your active learning, and primarily active learning happens with the three things: is the space where you work, the technology you use, and the third thing is what is that you do and what kind of pedagogy you bring in terms of your campus where you have come from. And I'm not saying that you have to be in IM or XLRI or so on and so forth, or ISBs. You can come from anywhere, doesn't matter. Whatever you did it, you got your competition, right? And you got admission. That's fine. Now you can't change it. But from here and now, how can you be super competitive? How can you be having your distinct competitive advantage in terms of your active thinking, in terms of your learning strategies, what kind of resilience and stress tolerance you can bring, what kind of flexibility and agility you can bring to the workplace will decide basically that whether you want to be in top 15% of the job role, which will be flourishing and taking to the next level, or 20% of Indian who will be very super skilled and perhaps lead the world. So it all depends on you, what is that you're doing right now and what you intend to do. But if I take this and summarize it by top 25, where are these job creations? Where are the work which is going to happen? Of course, there's no brainer. Data analytics will be one of the leading factor. Second is finance, and I'm talking about finance across. I'm not going to segregate it one part of it. It's overall. Third is tech-enabled services, and you're seeing what world can be. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Sunil Sharma,
May I
please.
Yeah, please do. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Tech-enabled services, how exactly this tech-enabled services can change the world. A small little, whether it's a unicorn or unicorn, doesn't matter. What kind of idea you have and how these idea can create a social big impact and which can change the world. It's all possible and it's happening. So you need to be mindful and decide where you want to work. Digital marketing, of course, digital media, you see it, enough and more is already happening and it's going to leapfrog. Advanced manufacturing, shop floor will exist. Job at the shop floor will be there, but this will be led by AI and machine learning and deep thinking, basically. So it will change. Urban solutions, company like Urban Clap, right? These are the company which are coming out of some basic problem which we all faced in our life, and they are trying to solve this problem through their smart thinking and platform, through their marketplace and so on and so forth. Entrepreneurship, India has always led it. If you look at it in Vedas and go back to say thousands of years ago, we taught entire world how to be entrepreneurs. We were the pioneers, but we lost in between. Fortunately, we are back again, and we are creating those innovation hubs in India, and which is the example and testimonial, the kind of companies which you are creating here in India, which is going global and challenging the best of the best. Cybersecurity, I think no brainer again here. Everything, every transaction which happens, it goes through some kind of gateways. And if these gateways are not secure, you will not feel comfortable. So jobs around cybersecurity, entrepreneurship-led organizations, urban solutions, advanced manufacturing, digital media, tech-enabled services, finance and data analytics going to rule the roost. Now you need to think of it. Of course, there'll be a campus happening for you. Some of must have got it, but then you can be choosing the industry where you want to be, because these are the future, kind of industries which are going to create job for the future, and perhaps it will help you also leapfrogging in your career. And this is what I want to talk about it in my next point, how technology is changing your behavior. Now, trust me, and this is impacting, and not only to you, to your generation, to our generation, and the generation before also. Now, my question will be how open you are, how adaptive you are. And if you're not able to adapt it, perhaps you will be relegated. So you choose where you want to be again, whether you accept this behavior which is changing for good, or you want to still resist and hold the fort, which is not going to last long. So adapt fast. Adopt this technology and see to it this is helping for your benefit. On-demand gig economy, this is one of the area which I see it creating a huge impact. It's already created. And this is now 9 to 5 kind of job will be very difficult to find. There'll be some who will be very happy to work, but most will not. They will decide what I want to work, where I want to work, however I want to work, whenever I want to work. So these freedoms will be only possible when you start thinking, and there'll be a job for which you do the project and you are paid. You're not paid only for one job which you do it for the one organization, but you can do multiple projects and you are paid. Absolutely is ethical and doable. So your payroll will not be from one company. Different companies may pay you because you're doing that job. So you need to think of it that what kind of job you want. You want this 9 to 5, which is very difficult. That will be like 85% of it, or you want to think beyond and challenge all that normal and create new normal in terms of understanding what is this technology which is changing my behavior, which is helping me to earn extra dollar through my work and efforts which I can put in. Again, choice is in your hand. As I said, choice and control is in your hand, and you can choose and pick what you want to do. Now look at this. All this, what I talked about, 5 parameter with this problem solving, analytical thinking, technology, or critical thinking and leadership. Look at these organizations which are creating a job for you. Now you need to understand where you want to play. What is your strength? And I always say, play with your strength, and sky is the limit for you. So don't get carried away by somebody's getting into this placement or that company. Why you? I mean, I'm cut out very differently. I can do something which nobody else can do it. Can you create that thinking in your mind? Can you be super special, super specialized? Because knowing everything is not going to help. Basically, knowing one thing inside will really help. I mean, I ask people, they say that I know this also, I know that. But my question is, do you know this? Because I'm not hiring CEO, by the way. You could be in next 20, 30 years. I'm hiring a person who can solve this problem. Do you have the understanding? Do you have the skill? Do you have the appetite? Do you have the attitude? And if you have, come and show it to me. And then perhaps as you grow up in the ladder, you'll get to do a lot of things. But as of now, your main focus should be what specialization I can bring on the table. And then you have a lot of opportunity for you, which will be created through these jobs or as entrepreneurship, whatever you're looking at. Now, if you understood all this part, and I'm sure you are equally confused, like most of the time I'm also, and there's nothing wrong being confused or thinking low, oh gosh, what is happening? हिंदी में से जब लाइफ में आप अटकते हैं तभी आप कुछ सोचते भी हैं. अटकना बहुत जरूरी है लाइफ में. So when you get stuck somewhere, that means you are doing something. If you're not getting stuck and life is very easy, this is not a good news, by the way. So I like people who get stuck with their idea somewhere they are stuck, because when they are stuck, that means they are doing something. So when you are also confused, what is that you should do? And I look at these framework, I call it 4 A's of my life. Adapt, adopt, accelerate, and accentuate. And I'll spend 2 minutes on each. Adaptation is one of the biggest skill, by the way. Adaptation is first accepting it, allowing it. If you become rigid, that no, everything is fine, then you can't learn. The first thing, you accept it, who you are, where you come from, and then adopt it. Can you be a little fast in accepting the reality and imbibing it and being, open to it? And then accelerate. Accelerate means you have to leapfrog. You have to be fast. You can't say, okay, this took 20 years, so I will take also 18 years. No, you may take 2 years to do it. So how can you accelerate that? And then accentuation, which is being a super specialty. Whatever I do, I'm super special. Like for us, what we call it in Steelcase, we design offices and commercial offices. And we are the best for last 110 years. And that's why we are leader. So we are listed in NASDAQ. It's a US-based organization. And we proud ourselves that we know one thing, we do it, and we do it amazingly well. Otherwise, you can't survive World War I, II, swine flu, and all that, Spanish flu, and of course, coronavirus and all that. And we have been surviving, thriving, and growing. Why? Because we are very super special. We are very adaptive, we are very adaptive, and we accelerate very fast. Before competition reacts, we kind of, we disturb the entire ecosystem. So, why disturb it? Because otherwise somebody else is going to come and disturb. So, when you disrupt, disturbance is not the right word. It's called, how do you create something in that particular space wherein others may take time to react to it. So adaptation, adaptation, acceleration, and accentuation, these 4 A's perhaps will be a real game changer for you in terms of your thought process. As I said, I read a lot of books, and how can that be possible today? I go back and without giving some references to you. So these are 3 of my best references I can give it to you. There are tons, of course, you can connect with me. I can always advise you to read whatever I'm reading if you like. The first one is David L. Rogers by Digital Transformation Playbook. This is one of the finest books you can read in terms of what kind of digital transformation which is happening right now. And transformation for not now, for future. And the second one for all of you will be deep work. How do you bring back your focus? Because attention is the biggest rare commodity right now. It's very difficult to get it. How do you build that focus back on your work? What you do it in a very, very subtle, focused manner. And the third one, my personal favorite by James Clear, is called Atomic Habit. And this is all about your day-to-day work, what you do, or wherever you are. How a small little change behavior can impact for big. It's all about these books. So maybe if you like, you could pick up these books and you can read, you can listen. These are audible, and there are so many other platform wherein you can listen also when you have a problem. You can't read all the time, and I do the same. So my recommendation will be that apart from all that learning, what you're doing it, your reading habit has to be there. It has to be up to the mark. Read, and I'm not asking about read fiction books. If you're reading, that's good for you, but be a little more selfish right now. Think about your career, because it's going to be super competitive. It's not only your campus or India, it's a global right now. So whatever job or multinational companies which are coming, or including Indian companies also, they're looking for super best talent. And they will only look at talent which are very, very special to them. And how do you become very special? You become through your thought and action, how you think and how you act. This is my second last advice, which I'll give it to you. And I firmly believe 3 a.m. friend. I'm not too sure how you understand about 3 a.m. friends. 3 a.m. friends are not for people, those who talk about which movie to go tomorrow and how do we do weekend parties. They are the real serious people, friend to you, whom you can count on. Minimum 3 a.m. friends, I'll request you to have it. If you don't, please look at it. They are the real people. They call it friend in need, if friend indeed. I have 5 such people in my life, and I count on them. And so they count on me as well. So these are the real people in your life who will be always there and standing by like a rock solid support and supporting you. In case you don't have this, or you have lesser, try building this network. And they'll be from your batch, cohort, campus, outside. You don't know where they will come from. I'm not talking about only those best buddies who are your good friends. I'm talking about who could help you, who could be always there for you, and who can tell you what you're doing right and what you're not doing right as well. So these are your 3 a.m. friends. Last piece is about me. As you saw, that I'm an Iron Man. I do a lot of running, cycling, swimming, and all that when I'm not working, especially on the weekend and early mornings. You could also reach to me, and I love to hear from you how you're thinking. And I got some 10 or 12 questions which Dr. Asjad has forwarded to me. I will definitely go back to this and I'll reply back. I thought I'll not keep this in presentation, because more focus on sector, industry, what I do, that I can send it back to Dr. Asjad and then he can circulate. You could reach me on Instagram as well, Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And in fact, my LinkedIn is a professional one. Other one is for my social work, what I do for my health and well-being, and what I think, and I write there. Of course, these are my personal opinion. It has no reflection to where I work and where I come from. These are my personal opinion, which I share. If you like, it's fine. If you don't like, also is up to you. So you could connect. My entire presentation, which I'm presenting to you, is with Dr. Asjad. You can always connect with him. He can forward it to all of you. You can refer it. If you have any thoughts, any kind of doubt, or any clarification you needed, I'll be more than happy to help you. Because I remember 25 years ago, somebody helped me. It's my time right now. If I can help and make one good decision for you, it help making that decision for your life, for you and your family, I think I'll be very happy with that. So thank you. This is my presentation. I pass on to Latika. Latika, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experience and expertise with us, sir. And I'm sure our participants, especially our students, have taken note of the skills and requirements for joining the global industry. And thank you for those very stimulating and intriguing words for the youth. Moving right along, we have few questions from the audience today. May I request the participants to type in their questions in the chat box? There are already few questions in the chat box. First question, I believe, is from Deepak. Deepak is an MBA student, finance major, and is asking, what will it take to become number one in future? And different aspects from finance and marketing.
Okay, to me? This question is to me?
Yes, sir, I believe, yes.
Okay, great. Can you repeat that again and question whatever was?
Sir, it is, what will it take to become number one in future?
Wow. So I don't know how you'll become number one because I don't have any solution to it, but how can you be super best? And I always believe, when God, whichever God you believe in, has created you, has created with some purpose. And that purpose is you are super special. Trust me. And I'm not saying that you go back and write on LinkedIn and Instagram that I'm super special. No, I'm not saying that you claim it like this, but you claim through your actions, your thoughts and actions. So whatever you do your best. Put your heart, mind, and soul into it. That's it. And you can see through my passion, which I bring in here. It's Saturday afternoon, and I'm still so energetic. You call me in 12 night also, I'll be the same energy, I'll have it. You know why? Because like others, I'm also very passionate professional. So what I do with my best abilities. I'll urge and invite all of you. Whatever you're doing it, do it like nobody else can. Trust me, because you are super special. Nobody is like you in this world. Doesn't matter where they come from. Trust me. There are bigger company, bigger campuses, or whatever you can call it. Very different look. Doesn't matter. Who I am is who I am. But can I work on my way of improvement and be the super best is what you should strive for. Now that super best can lead to number 1, 2, 3, 100. I care damn for it. What I really care that I give my best. And I'm very happy with the result. And I get peaceful sleep in the night. If you're doing it, you are super successful. If you're not getting that sleep, that means there is something is missing in your life. Try finding out what is not there. That's it. So don't worry about number 1, number 2. Be the best of you. Like I always say, I always strive, since I am an athlete as well, so I train myself. For me, every second counts. So I look at how can I be better than yesterday? And if I'm able to do it consistently, that means I'm doing well. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The next question, which I believe is from Mr. Anjan Banerjee.
I think Mr. Praveen Rajpal wanted to say something.
Oh, okay, sir.
Sir, you can go ahead if you want to say something. You are on mute, sir.
No.
Okay. Latika, you can take next question, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, I think the next question is for Mr. Anjan Banerjee. Mr. Sukhmeet wants to understand the big data explosion.
If you would have noticed over the last couple of years, I'll give you one example how data is exploding, how lot more data is getting created. Some time back, I got COVID positive. I would have received at least 20 calls over the next 1 week from different agencies, healthcare, health ministry, DM's office, this place, that place, taking different inputs on my family and friends, neighbors, their data, then how I am feeling, what's my temperature, what's my this. And they would have been filling up databases at the back end. If they would have missed something, they would come back to me and ask me again that this is what we need more from you because the SDM office is asking this, that office is asking this. Now, where is this data going? This data is getting added to database for analysis purpose so that we can have better action plans in management of the pandemic. Like this, in every sphere, there would have been, like every industry has been going through a challenge during the pandemic because they are working remotely. There is a lot of work from home happening. There is a lot more information capture happening. All this is leading to what is being called as data explosion. Now, when the data is there, it is meaningless unless we are able to analyze it and get intelligence out of it. And that's why the big data explosion that is happening is challenging us in the IT industry to help with tools, processes, and systems to analyze them and derive meaningful analytical insights for different purposes and give it to the decision makers. I hope I have been able to answer the question. If not, please let me know.
Very aptly answered, sir. Thank you. There is a question for Praveen, sir. Sir.
Yes.
Sir, Gaurav Jain wants to want you to share the success story of any organization in which you have assisted for its growth.
Yes, there are many organizations and many institutions who have, benefited from the package that we have provided to them. So I can share, with you separately if you want to do that. And there are many success stories on the website, and you can see the website over here. I'm writing in the chat box.
Yes, sir, that will be great.
Yeah,
There is
you
another
can
question for
visit.
you, sir. Sir, Deepak wants to ask, what other factors act as a catalyst for organizational transformation?
Is that question to me?
Yes, sir.
Please repeat the question.
What other factors act as a catalyst for organizational transformation?
See, the most important factor is the culture that you must develop. You must have a very profound culture of innovation in your organization. And the culture of collaboration. I always mention that we are trying to reinvent the wheel. There is no such need. We have to get in touch with the external players very aggressively in order to reduce our overall innovation cycle time, in order to reduce our risks, in order to reduce the investments required in the outlay and the R&D manpower. I think we are working in silos. So it is very important, I repeatedly say, that please aggressively collaborate with the external partners for your innovation-driven growth.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. And my apologies to few of the participants because all the questions from the chat box cannot be taken up due to shortage of time. But surely your questions have been noted down and we shall be getting back to you on the same. Now, may I request Dr. Shamsher Singh, Head of the MBA Department, BCIPS, and also the member of the organizing committee of this conclave, to present the vote of thanks to our esteemed guests.
May I request the participant to mute themselves? There is a lot of echo coming up. Parveen sir, can you mute yourself? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks for the esteemed panel which we had and the kind of insight they have brought in to this management conclave. I'll start with our mentor, Mr. Vipul Gupta. His word of wisdom, inspiration, and constant guidance to the program is a well thought of and very inspiring for the whole team. He has been constantly guiding us on the every small aspects of how we should manage this conclave. Thank you very much, sir, for your constant guidance and motivation. Then I'll come to Mr. Anjan Banerjee, Partner, Business Solution Private Limited. Sir, you have wonderfully summarized how the Indian IT companies have taken up the space in the global arena by citing the example of TCS, how it started the journey and how it become now in the top 5. And it's really amazing to hear from you that in top 10 IT companies, 5 are Indian companies. It's really a proud moment for the whole country. This aspect is really testimony to the kind of the talents. And sir, you had been from the same sectors. It's really wonderful to hear you from this success story. Then Mr. Parveen Rajpal has brought another important aspect. My thanks to Mr. Rajpal for accepting our invite and bringing this insight that what is the importance of innovation and how the innovation ecosystem actually works and what need to be done in order to promote this innovation culture by having a number of collaborators. As he has given an example, India had only 520 as compared to thousands in China. So that is another important aspect he has brought. So thank you very much, sir, for your kind guidance and the bringing the fact which will motivate many of the students to work towards this particular aspect. Then Mr. Zulfi Bhutto, Business Hat, Strategy Development. Very inspiring for the student as well as the audience, sir. Thank you so much. I'll summarize just a few things from your talk, that what kind of the skills is required, as well as what kind of these area or industries where the jobs will be in the years to come. So the problems, whether it is a problem solving, whether it is tech design, leadership, or critical thinking, all these are required in a individual to be successful in their life. And as we said, the coming jobs will not be in the traditional arena. They will be in the area where there is a lot of innovation is going to take place. For example, data analytics, finance, tech-enabled services, digital marketing, and so on. Thank you so much, sir, for bringing the kind of skill sets which are required in the students and the kind of the job they should look for. And also your phrase, 85% versus 15%, whether you want to become in the 15% or you want to remain within the 85%. That's really inspiring and motivating to the audience. Also, I would also like to thank our director, Aparna Mishra, who has been with us on every moment whenever we thought of whether it is the selection of the participants or whether it is selection of the resource person or whether the kind of the content should be there or how we should handle it and how we should manage it. Thank you so much, ma'am. I will also like to extend my thanks to the panelists who will be coming up soon after the inaugural session. Mr. Abhay Goyal happened to be one of our alumni, and we are really proud of him that he has reached to that level. He is General Manager at Bloom's Hotel. Then we have Mr. Sumit Khanna, Associate General Manager and Head Content Marketing, SCL Technology. We have Mr. Yes, sir. We have Mr. Satyadham Dheman, General Manager, FM Operation of Atlantia Global Services India, and Dr. M. Krishnamurthy from the School of Commerce and Management, Christo Jayanti College, Bangalore. He will be moderating the panel discussion. And my vote of thanks will not be complete if I do not acknowledge the contribution of my fellow Dr. Vikas, Dr. Asjad, and my student volunteer team. Thank you so much for staying together in organizing this particular event. Thank you so much. And my sincere thanks to all the audience who had been the constant motivators by bringing the number of participation. Thank you so much. Over to Anatika.
Thank you.
Thank you for concluding the first session, sir. As we are starting with the next session, I request the dignitaries to join us and enjoy our panel discussion. We would now commence with the panel discussion on the theme of the conclave, India's transformation story, global leadership and innovative governance. For that, we have with us some very eminent personalities from different sectors of industry and academia. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our panelists to all of you. Our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. M. Krishnamurthy, Mr. Satraj Daman, Mr. Sumit Khanna, and Mr. Abhay Goyal have joined us for the panel discussion today. We have Dr. M. Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, School of Commerce and Management, Christo Jayanti College, Bangalore, as the moderator. Sir is a keen researcher and a teacher of finance for more than 15 years. His area of interest includes corporate finance and strategy, financial markets, banking and financial services. He has published more than 50 research articles in the journals of national and international repute. Dr. Krishnamurthy has won several awards for his research work at both national and international level conferences. A very warm welcome to you, sir. It's an honor to have you with us today. It is a great honor to introduce to you our next distinguished panelist, Mr. Satraj Raman, Head, India IFM Operations with Italian Global Services India. Sir has around 25 years of operations management experience with the global firms like Sodexo, G4S Facility Services, Recons, and IFMS India. Mr. Daman is an alumnus of Savitribai Pune University and Maharishi Dayanand University and a veteran from Indian Air Force. We welcome you, sir. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. Our next esteemed panelist, Mr. Sumit Khanna, Associate General Manager and Head Content Marketing at HCL Technologies. In his 13 years of career, Sir has worked with companies like HCL, EXL, IBM, and Sahara Global in corporate and strategic marketing, content marketing, product marketing, digital and social marketing. A strategic marketing professional, he has been the recipient of various awards for his creativity, innovation, and professional skills in his career. Thank you for your gracious presence, sir. It is a great honor to introduce to you our next panelist, Mr. Abhay Goyal, General Manager, Bloom Hotels, Goa. Sir is a business strategist with 12 plus years of hospitality management experience with expertise in identifying and capitalizing on opportunities to build revenue, pre-openings, turnarounds, and rapid growth in highly competitive market. With a number of certifications of experience in hospitality leadership, Mr. Goyal has been conferred with various awards for his leadership in the field of hotel management. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. May I now request Dr. Krishnamurthy, our esteemed moderator for this panel discussion, to take over the proceedings. I would also like to request audience to use the chat box to type your questions, which will be taken up by our dignitaries after the session. Over to you, Krishnamurthy, sir.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Lichita. Thank you for your detailed introductions about the panelists. So, respected dignitaries and the panelists and dear participants, a very good morning to all. Good afternoon to all. As Lichita introduced, I am Dr. Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor from School of Commerce and Management, University College. So, I'll be the moderator for the panel discussion of the day. So once again, I welcome all of you for the panel discussions. It's my great pleasure to be a part of this wonderful event. On the special occasions, I would like to thank the Raising Committee for the opportunities. As for the theme of this event, it's about India's transformation story, global leadership, and innovative governance. I talk about this in the era of growing decentralizations, that the role of global leaderships assume immense at the nations, which can inspire the confidence across the globe to grow its values and actions. The nations which stands tall on a strong fundamental, which rich inclusive that visions for the planet will only be accepted by the global community at such a positions. So this panel discussion focusing on the points which is related to the transformation of India as a successful nations in the world, towards innovations and the global leadership. So as the Latika introduced about the panelists, to get more insight on these topics that we have with us, the eminent speakers of the day from the different field of industries to share their views on these topics. Mr. Satraj Raman, Mr. Sumit Khanna, and Mr. Navin Goyal. So once again, I would like to welcome the panelists. Here, based on the theme, I would like to share my views on innovation in education and transformations. Innovation is everywhere. And you see that innovations in education is more than just a buzzword. It is a fast becoming a way of learning and it's called as teaching for both students and teachers. So I believe that the innovations in education also comes in many forms, where the programs, services, courses, you can all enhance education's outcomes in innovative way. So the higher education institutions in India, where it works with communities and the government to build a strong the innovation education system that enhance the learning for all students. So when we talk about that innovation education, it's all about that. So more than the new technology, it is about solving of real problems, like fresh, simple way to promote, it's improving learning. And the UGC and Government of India to promote the transparencies and shaping of light on the education system so that the students, parents, and the communities gain the information so they need. So there, when we talk about, I would like to touch some of the points that the transformation propelled by the modern technologies, where it is how that it's critical to education world. The science discovers many new technologies and actually drives education forward. The wonderful innovations introduced in education is able we could use that to the artificial intelligence, machine learning, even to the robotics that have been transferred, the way we teach and how. So I recently had opportunities to read one of the reports, the research reports which has been made by one of the professors of mixed learning, they are previously 18. They state that the technology has democratized the Indian education system. Yes, I think that I would like to add that the technologies also modernize the teaching learning process in education too. And also, I think that the online teaching in educations that are moving beyond the classroom, it has gone virtual and makes the development process more flexible. The online is also a great social level, as you could think. It makes education accessible for all who can offer to give the technologies. So I hope that the transformation is caused by the reforms in pedagogy, teaching pedagogy. Teachers now they do not wait for the good technologies to emerge, where there are always experimenting and innovating new methods to teaching to the transform educations. From the old chalk and chalk with style the classroom teachers that we have come to more refined methods of pedagogical instructions today. So when we talk about reforms in curriculum, the curricular ethical reforms are the being introduced in even where it match the expectations of the globalized corporate world before the industrial revolutions. We don't talk about the fourth industrial revolutions also here. So where of course the institutions are always focusing about recently innovations towards that activity-based learnings, where we could say that when the transformations again in the education stream, that the coronavirus recently come to the coronavirus pandemic has thrown this panel of the works of education reforms, that the several silver linings that have been emerged of the crisis. Okay. So moving further into the 21st centuries of education that has to become more inclusive and incorporate the processing of global issues of the climate changes and the environment and biodiversity. It's of course that sustainability education could be the answers to this. It stressed that about inculcating in students or the values, skills, and knowledge that helps to shape up the sustainable future, not just for the individuals and corporates, but it is for the planet as well. But the COVID-19 pandemic, so that has affected economics of worldwide and also that the beaten up education industries in both developed and developing countries. Okay. Accept it. So recently we come to understand that the reports says that approximately 1.5 billion of the students that include the 90% of that the primary and tertiary and secondary level learners in the world are unable to go to the school physically. But the impact has been transformative as education is provided or looking forward to implementing technological solutions to enable the remote teaching and learning. However, the digital transformation is the industry, education industries is not restricted to online teaching and it's learning of post-COVID-19. So there are some of the education institutions, because that there are some reputed education institutions in India have been using tech solutions for the last many years. Most of them are schools and even universities are realized that the significance of digital transformations and innovations in education world into the COVID-19 outbreak. Even the government across the different countries are making efforts to mitigate the immediate impact of schools just being disclosed to facilitate the education to be continued for all. So many education institutions are providing the remote learning to students, while some of the institutions are preparing to get back to the new normal again for the new tech solutions, where even education industries that they are being very familiar with using of all the online platforms, where the learning management systems, where they are very they have started to go for the using of ICT tools also. I hope that this can be better said because I would like to conclude my speech here. I want to leave my platform to the other speakers also. So now I would like to invite Mr. Satraj Devan, General Manager, FM Operations, Supply and Global Services India, to share his thoughts to the gathering. Yeah, Mr. Satraj Devan, over to you.
So, thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy. First of all, let me thank Dr. Shamsher Singh, who reached out to me for this event. And I was, you can say, sort of thrilled to accept it. Thank you, BCIPS management, faculties, and the event management team for inviting me to discuss, you can say, the most, you can say, happening thing in the world about India, the transformation. So I will be, I can say, going through a short presentation. So can you see the presentation?
No, sir, not yet.
Now?
No, sir. Do you want me to assist you, sir?
Yeah, if you can do, that will be great.
Yes, sir. So you need to go to the Google Meet screen, the upward arrow below the screen. Please click on the upward arrow and share the entire screen. The option will be there.
Okay.
Then click on the screen that you would like to share, and share now. Prashant sir, can you help?
Yes, sir. Click on up arrow screens, up arrow icon.
One second. Dr. Shamsher, if you can present that.
You forward it to me?
Yes.
Let me see.
Yeah, thank you. So you can put it in presentation mode, please.
Okay, I'll do that. Just. Yeah, it's in presentation mode.
Okay. So I will be discussing, everybody knows about India's transformation journey, and this all happened because of our leadership, which is, you can say, catering to the global requirements and the innovative governance we have. And we'll see how it has happened. So next. Can you have the next slide?
Okay. This is next. One more next.
Sir, it did not change. This screen is still showing the earlier version of PPT. It is not on the slideshow mode. Yes.
Let me see.
Yeah, so we will be discussing the initial phase of India opening up, India's economy opening up, then the rising India, then the transformation, how it has happened, then drivers of transformation, then the leadership we have, which is very influential globally, and then I will touch upon how operations management can be a transformation tool for any organization. Yeah, next. So initially, it is not in presentation mode. Can you give me control?
One slideshow. Ritika, can you?
Slideshow here.
Shamsher sir, I think you need to share the entire screen.
No, you.
No, sir. Slideshow.
You go bottom right, and there is a, I can say, a glass. You just click on that.
Sir, since you, Shamsher sir, since you have selected only a single window to be shared, so it would not be shared, yeah.
No. It will done. Slideshow is done. You will see.
I can't share it because I think access is not given to me. Otherwise, I would have done it.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
So everybody knows that in 1991, the India started opening up for, you can say, global investments. So that was sort of forced liberalization because we were left with very less Indian foreign reserves, external foreign reserves. So we had to open up the economy. We had to open up the, you can say, manufacturing. We had to open up for services like BPOs. Auto manufacturing was one. Pharma was another one. ITITS, it in fact changed the scenario for Indian economy. Then increase in employment increases the power of buying. So that way it helped the Indian economy to, you can say, grow. And then the governments plays a major role in creating local markets. Once the purchase power of people increased, the local market was developed, and more and more MNCs started coming into India because we had the market. Then what happened? The manufacturing or the services, because India historically has been a cheaper place for labor and other resources. So the manufacturers or the service industry, for them it was lucrative to operate from India and then export it from India to the other markets. So that was the opening, you can say it lasted for almost 10 years till 2000. India was opening up, and we were very cautious, to be very frank. We were not opening everything for that matter. Next slide. Dr. Shamsher?
Shamsher sir?
Yeah. So next phase is the rising India. So see, it happened around 1995-96 when there was a, you can say, time when institutions for engineering and management started opening up, and it filled the void for the skilled manpower supply. So that was the time when we started supplying the manpower at, you can say, very competitive rates. In fact, it was not competitive at that point of time, it was cheap. Then subsequently states started opening doors for the manufacturing units or outsourcing, you can say, units, and they created SEZs, special economic zones, and tax holidays were, you can say, given to the companies to start manufacturing in India and in those states. Then rising of Indian MNCs, like Mr. Anjan Banerjee told, that IT is something which India is, you can say, way ahead of others. So Indian MNCs were on the rise, and then India became the hub for manufacturing pharma and FMCG, apart from auto industry. Then India becomes world's talent pool for IT/ITS. And this all happened because the focus from government was on ease of doing business for the companies who were willing to coming to India. Next slide, please. Yeah, so how transformation happened? Now, focus on world-class infrastructure development. It has been for the last 10, 12 years, India has been focusing on developing roads, corridors, logistics hubs. So it connected the major cities with the markets and manufacturing and logistics hubs. So that what happened, the delivery of the services and goods was made very easy, and it gave a push to the economy. The next was Make in India becomes huge success. It has been almost now 7-8 years when we started this Make in India. So it started the FDIs. And one good thing has happened is that now we can bargain with the investors. Initially, we were just going to them with folded hands, come to India and invest. Now it has reversed. Now companies like Tesla, they want to come to India, manufacture, but they want some, initially they wanted to sell their cars in India. Government said no. It is a big no. They wanted some concessions. So they said no. So now they are thinking of setting up manufacturing in India because they have seen that Indian market is huge. Then local manufacturing for local markets, that is vocal for local. So the stress on local manufacturing for defense, pharma and space equipment. So till now we have been, you can say, procuring defense equipment from outside of India. Pharmaceutical, it is already a hub. We call it, India is a global factory for medicines. And space equipment, you all very well know that how we are, you can say, progressing in space equipment. And the good thing is that global agenda based influential political leadership. India has an important place in global issues. So let it be COVID scenarios. We went out to countries, we helped them. We are taking interest in global matters which are very important. Let it be global warming, anything. The local government, Indian government is thinking outside, outward. We are not only focusing on India, we are focusing on a global basis. So this everything has made us to transform into an economy which is, you can say, now a force to reckon with. And we are not far away from that 5 trillion economy. We will achieve that. Next slide, please. Now, see, transformation just for the sake of it, it is not going to happen. There have to be some drivers. So if you see, it is not in any, you can say, chronological order. So taxation system, it was pending for long. It was, you can say, not very business friendly. So what has happened after going ahead with the GST? Now corruption is decreasing and revenue collection is increasing. So what it means? It means that money is available for welfare of people and infrastructure development. So this in itself is a driver for transformation. Then demographic and increasing purchasing power. Now India is not that country right now that we will be going for post office savings and all those things. Although, let me be very clear, let me mention it here, that those saving habits, it helped us in 2008-9 recession, because we were having this habit of saving from our, whatever we, you can say, earned. So that helped us. So what happens once purchasing power is more, the increase in disposable income is more, and expanded markets, increased employment. Once the money comes into circulation, if the economy is, you can say, increasing, then there is increased employment, and it is happening right now. Then political change was a big driver for transformation. So government has taken progressive decisions, and these decisions were not local. It impacted globally. So alignment with the global trends. Then capital flow and stock market exchange. Huge market. India is a huge market. It attracts investors, which means that increased GDP and improved quality of life. And behind this, everything is digitalization. You know, India is now the #1 country in the world using the digitalization for payments, for purchasing, for other transactions. Next slide, please. Now, it all happened because of the influential leadership. Sustainable and inclusive approach. So it was not like, okay, today this is to be done, let us do this. Tomorrow something else to be done, we will do that. But this is long-term thought process, sustainable. And everything was including, let it be your global aspects, local aspects, your, you can say, inclusion of women, inclusion of, you can say, differently able people, inclusion of all the states. You will remember maybe 10 to 15 years ago, Northeast was, you can say, it was talked about only for terrorism. But right now, it is talked about their vibrant economy. They are, you can say, in fact, adding value to India's economy also. Then thought process aligned with global perspective. We are not thinking local. Our leadership, the government, they are thinking globally. Good governance and action planning. They are reviewing the process, the actions, and correcting it. It is not like if a time-bound project is there, so it has to be time-bound. It has to be completed within that. Then policies aligned with the overall objective of Rising India. The policy formulation is not, you can say, isolated. It is integrated with general objective of Rising India. Then taking lead in the matters of global importance, so which we discussed, like the global warming, global markets, world trade practices. Let it be anything, and India is there. Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Shamsher. So, operations management, probably, if you see as a subject, so you know sales marketing is there, you know human resources is there, you know financial management is there, you know procurement is there. But operations management it involves everything. That is why if operations, people who are, you can say, managing the operations, they are good, they are thinking progressively, they can transform the organization. So it is not only, operations is a combination of everything. Like you see SCM, supply chain management. So quality of raw material, quality of services has to be good to make sure that the end product, that is either services or product, is of good quality. Then product service design. So this is done by operations. They tell that what the product or service has to be. Then quality control, because they know when they are, you can say, delivering it to the client, they know the feedback. If there are any challenges in the product or services, they go back to the design team. They tell how it has to be done. Then resource optimization. Resource optimization, it can be people, it can be material, it can be machines, it can be technology. So how to make sure that the cost of the services or products is very competitive, and at the same time it is of high quality. So that is what operations do. They tell the design team that these are the flaws, we need to correct them, because they are near to the market. In fact, they are in the market. They interact with customers, and customers tell them the feedback. Then leveraging technology. This is something which is, you can say, very important. For example, I am in the field of facilities management, which is, you can say, building management. So facility management is, you can say, managing a building, managing workplaces so that employees can concentrate on their, you can say, work. So like one technician is there, he has to go to the transformer or DG set to check for the readings. Now, how technology is helping us is, it is integrated with the metering system. So he doesn't have to go to the place, utility. He has a dashboard in his office, in his, you can say, that workplace area. He can monitor there. He can just see that whether generator is running fine, HVAC, air conditioning is, you can say, running fine. So technology has helped us in all the fields. Now, delivery management. Now, client wants value for money. And if somewhere the client says that, okay, I am not satisfied, so that delivery is also managed by operations. They deliver to the client satisfaction. Then user feedback and improvement. They are closer to the end users. Like for example, there is an organization, for example, TCS. Now, Italian is a vendor to TCS. Now, our direct client is the administration team. But end consumer is their employees. So what we do, we have two types of feedback. One is administration team, which they tell us that where we are lagging, what are the budgets, where we are overshooting the budgets, and the end consumer says their experience that on particular day, the tea coffee was not good, the ambient temperature was not good, indoor air quality was not good. Then these are the feedbacks when we collect and include in our service improvements. Now, people development and succession planning. This is true to an organization or a country, both. We have to have right people in right place. Like your students are there, so they are going to join companies. So they will be at a, you can say, entry level. Now they have to learn. Now, how they will learn? They will be given the opportunity. There will be a mentor to them. He will be taking them to the, you can say, daily job routines. They will learn. And then there will be assessment. They will be trained. Upskilling will be there. And if some manager is there, suppose he is, you can say, to be promoted to next level, so he has to have a successor. So that also has to be in place for continuity of the services. Now budgeting, forecasting, revenue, and see the sorry. By this you can just understand what is operations. It is not just, you can say, going to the client and delivering it. No, it is 360 degree. So they are involved in financial also, because they budget the things. Okay, what are the expenses for particular services during the year? Then they have to forecast it for next 3 months, how the budgets are going to be utilized. So let it be revenue or let it be expenses, both. So operations management, in fact, is, you can say, lifeline of any organization, and same applies to nation also. Thank you for your time, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions from the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Mr. Charcha-Management. Really, it was informative and relevant. There are some questions that we will take at the end. The questions at the end of the session. It was real informative, and it is relevant to the present. Something that we have touched the major points about the leadership, summarizing of India, transformations, and its driving force, and influential leaderships. And we have, I think, we had a detailed discussion about operational management. It has been transformation skills with the shape of a TCS example. Okay. So next, I request Mr. Sumit Khanna, Associate Clinical Biologist and Head and Marketing at Cell Technology, for this gathering. Okay.
Everyone, thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, yes, sir. You are audible.
So, there is some noise in the background. If everyone can go on mute, it will be pretty easier for me to. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Hey, hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, BCIPS. Thank you, Dr. Shamsher, who has been a wonderful teacher. Just to give you a background, I have he has been my teacher during my graduation days. So, sir, thank you for this opportunity. And so, sir, as Dr. Krishnamurthy mentioned, Sumit here, and guys, I am currently associated with HCL Technologies as their head content marketing. And an AGM by head content marketing, you mean that I'm actually responsible for content publishing and content creation across various geographies like US, UK, EMEA, APAC, and anything and everything related to demand generation falls under my kitty. So trust me, if I'll talk about, if you'll feel that these are the jargons, these are not marketing jargon, these are basically your bread and butter for the day when you talk about the demand generation activities and everything. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And as sir has mentioned that, I am going to talk about the product strategy, a launch strategy. So I have created something for you guys. It's not very exhaustive, to be honest. It's like a very simple presentation, not very verbose. I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, it is visible.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So team, as I mentioned that I'm currently associated with HCL, and it's been like almost 14 years for me in the industry now. I have worked under various facets of marketing. I started with sales, did sales for like just 1.5 years. And then I decided instead of having BP or any other problem in the life, it's better to switch to marketing. Trust me, it was not a very wise decision. Marketing is not that easy. If you'll talk about targets, yes, we do have targets. We have, I'll not say these are not, as enormous as the targets which are given to the sales team, but yes, a marketing individual has a target because there is a certain amount of budget which is associated with any and every marketing campaign. It could be a product launch, it could be a digital marketing campaign, it could be a social media marketing campaign, because everything which talks about campaign, where you talk about marketing, it talks money, it costs money. So I am privileged enough to work with the big brands like IBM, EXL, and then HCL. It's my third stint, and it's going to complete 2 years. So it's been a wonderful journey when it comes to marketing, and trust me, it is like it's my side thing to interact with the young minds of this, I would say, of this nation, of our wonderful nation. So thank you, everyone. Let's start. It's a very simple word, strategy. A word which basically has been embedded in our DNA since, I guess, we are born. I'm sure you all will agree with me. See, be it planning for your future, be it the school which you're supposed to join, what you're supposed to do, the career moves you're supposed to make. So everything revolves around strategy. And that's the same thing when it comes to any corporate organization. It's be it any IT organization or be it any other organization. When you talk about when you just hold on for a second. Can you just excuse me for a second, please? Hi, apologies everyone. I guess that happens when you work from home. So there's someone at the door. I'm so sorry. Okay, so as I was mentioning, if you talk about corporate strategy, revolves around anything and everything, be it product launch, be it your financial planning, be it any kind of facility management, as sir was mentioning in the previous presentation. So anything and everything revolves around strategy, and it's not easy, if I'll be honest with you, to get into that mode, to get at that level where you actually get the chance to prepare and work on strategies. It's not simple. You have to pave your way out. You have to make your way out. So this presentation basically talks about, how to launch a product. It's a very simple checklist which I created in the past. When I started working, I'll not say I started working initially, but yes, I would say 2 or 3 years back. I have been associated with multiple product launches when it comes to IBM, EXL, or HCL. The recent product on which, the launch on which I was working with is a product by the name of Nippon. Don't confuse it by the batteries which you get in the market. It is basically a product which helps with your website development and everything. If you want to know more about it, go to HCL website and you can find details about it. Okay, so I've been privileged enough to work on such kind of launches in the past, and I'm hoping that I'll be do something around that in the future as well. So, if I talk about strategy, whether you're launching something new or you're launching something big, product launches can be a huge source of dash, and the list goes on. There is no stoppage to that. It could lead to stress, could lead to chaos. Like, take for example, if I'll give a very recent example, a very simple example in your terms. Planning this management conclave for Dr. Shamsher and all your respected faculties would have been a nightmare. Reason being, you are not in a private space. Oh, sorry, you're not in a public space. You are working from home. There are technical glitches. Speakers like me don't showing up at the last moment. It becomes a nightmare for the person who is actually preparing for these things. So that's the same thing with product launches. So it's a very simple checklist which I've prepared. And when you talk about this checklist, it's going to comprise of 7 steps, which you can jot down if you want to. And they will actually help you when you talk about these from a corporate standpoint. Students, please understand one thing. If I talk about this presentation, this is not from what you're reading in the book right now. It is actually from my corporate experience, which is very different from what you're reading right now. So first and foremost thing is customer development. If I may ask, I hope it would have been, a one-on-one presentation, or I would say a public domain. So then I would have asked you questions. So what do you mean by customer development? It's as simple as that, that you have to keep in mind when you are launching a product that who is your end audience, who is your end user. Like, take for example, you go to Amazon, you look for a pen. Next time you go to Amazon Music or any other, or even on Crick Info to check a cricket score, you will find an ad or related to pen over there from Amazon or from any other brands. That is what we call as customized targeting or personalized marketing, where marketers like us, we read your preferences that, okay, this person is basically interested in this pen. He visited Amazon. I'm sure he wants to buy it in the future. Doesn't matter to us if you have buy it or if you have bought it or not in the past. If you have bought it, it's a win-win situation for us. If you have put it in your kitty, it's a win-win situation for us. So, you are our target group. You are our customers. And that is the first and foremost funda when it comes to doing a product launch, is to develop your customer base. And for that, you need to go out and talk. Obviously, see, digital media has some way impacted the traditional ways of marketing, where we used to create this, those surveys and everything. But if I'll be honest with you, we are still, as a marketing person and an IT giant content head, I'm still doing it. We are doing it for our product launches. Obviously, we don't go out in the market and, give a handwritten thing to someone to fill it up. But yes, we do have surveys, we do have tools via which we reach out to C-level audience. It depends. And when I talk about C-level audience, it basically means who is your target audience over there? What kind of people are you looking at? It could be a CEO, it could be a CMO, it could be a CFO, those kind of persons. So that is something which is of utmost important when it comes to planning your campaign, because otherwise, if you are not aware what your customer is looking for, how your customer, what they are asking for, it's going to be not a win-win situation for you. Next, but not the least, is positioning and messaging. These are very, very technical terms. I'm sure you all have read about a customer positioning and messaging, because these are the two facets of marketing which basically defines how your product is going to and what your product is going to do in the market. It's as simple as that. By positioning, I means that who is going to be a target audience, where are you going to keep it, how you are going to promote the product in the market, who all will look at it, where you will position it in the market. And when I talk about messaging, this is like the basic bread and butter for any product launch. By messaging, I means that you need to make everyone understand through that messaging, especially your internal audience. By internal audience, It doesn't have to be just sales. It has to be anyone and everyone, or who is there in the organization, because till that time your internal audience will not understand what you're talking about or what this product is going to deliver. Team, imagine how can you expect a newbie like me, or a customer like me, to understand that, okay, what are they trying to sell, how are they trying to sell it? Okay, so when you prepare your product messaging, just think about three different questions. First, who is it for? Second, what does it do? And why is it different? What is the USP? These are the three basic and the most important questions which you can answer. And trust me, when I call basic, it's basic with a B in caps. It's not that simple. You need to understand who is it for, because see, take for example, if an IT company is launching any product in India, okay, there is a possibility that there is no market for that product in US, but there's a huge market for that product in UK or in Middle East. So you need to figure out that who is your target audience. And that was where our first point came into the picture, where I talked about customer development. Second, what does it do? See, if I'll talk about one thing, if I'll talk about the simple pen, there are 1,000 kinds of pen in the market. Why is this pen different? What does it do? It's a basic funda. It's right. People use it for signing documents. Okay, but why is it different? Whether it has a matte finish, whether the ink is of premium quality, whether the nib is fine, medium, small, or whatever it is. Like take for example, you guys go for these mobile phones and everything. When I started my studies, if I remember correctly, my first phone was Nokia 2300. So and now you have और उसके अंदर basic एक game होता था Snake जो सब खेलते थे. And now when you talk about your phone, you have different screens. Screen sizes are different. The glass size is different. The quality is different. There is a separate phone for a gamer. There is a separate phone for a professional. And if I talk about my studies at that point of time, the only phone which was there for a professional or for a working individual was a BlackBerry. So imagine how the market has evolved. And there are so many USPs to it. You compare an iPhone with a Samsung, with a Xiaomi, with a Redmi, and try to figure out that what is the USP that you should buy an iPhone. Otherwise, you are happy buying a Xiaomi and a Redmi, which is almost like selling at 1/10 or 1/8 of the price of an iPhone or a Samsung good quality phone. So you need to understand that. You need to understand the difference, and you need to make your sales and everyone understand that USP when it comes to your product launch. Next, teach out the positioning. It's as simple as that. Guys, simple. Till the time your internal employees are not on the same page, they will not understand that what you are trying to sell, why you are trying to sell it, and how are you trying to sell it. Why will your customer buy it? It's a very simple question. Take for example, maths का एक solution है, differentiation का equation है. Yes, I love maths. Differentiation का equation है. अगर वो आपको ही नहीं समझ आ रहा, तो आप अपने juniors को या अपने भाई बहन को कैसे समझाओगे? You can't. It's simple. So that's the same thing, the same funda which applies to your corporate marketing, to your business marketing, to your content and digital marketing, for that matter. Next, create your launch plan. This is like where things get really interesting, creating your launch plan. When I talk about creating your launch plan, it is a mix of everything. It is not just, creating few marketing assets, collaterals and everything. No, it is like, you have to develop your brand awareness. You have to design a social media strategy. You have to think about a viral marketing campaign. When I talk about a viral marketing campaign, guys, this is where the ball rolls, because यहाँ पे budget involved होता है. Over here, you will go to your senior and ask for budget. Okay, this is what I'm planning when it comes to a viral marketing campaign. Take for example, Amazon marketing campaign, Republic Day sale. It comes every day. It's a very successful campaign. Another example could be, I'm sure you all love Zomato and Swiggy a lot. And you must have received an emailer from those guys, I guess once in every quarter in your mailbox, and I'm sure you 90% of you haven't opened that. My request would be, if you have received that email, please go and open that email. You will understand their strategy. It's a beautiful email customized for you, where Swiggy and Zomato basically talks about that, where you spend. They have started giving some kind of awards that, okay, this is among, if I talk about, there are 100 people, this is where you stand when it comes to your spending ability or eating abilities on Zomato and Swiggy. So imagine, guys, that is the kind of creativity we are looking for. The company is looking for when you talk about creating a launch plan. So that, it has to be different. It has to be meticulous. So that when someone is reading it, when the management is reading it, they are ready to sponsor it. Because these things doesn't come at a cheap price. You need to have a good agency on board. You need to have good resources on board who can actually, help you plan and design such kind of campaigns. The creative has to be top notch. You think about Zomato and Swiggy. Obviously, they're using some marketing automation tools to create such kind of amazing collaterals for everyone. But the point is that there is a brain which is actually helping them churn out that content. That, okay, Sumit did this. Sumit spent on pizza. Sumit spent on, a Subway or something. Dr. Shamsher spent on something else. You're getting my point. So on the basis of that, you're getting those awards. So these are our marketing campaigns. These are our launch plans. Next is your launch assets and product content. When you talk about your launch assets, it could be anything. It could be a video, could be an emailer, could be a newsletter, could be a case study. Yes, a very interesting word, case study. And guys, you will not believe this thing, that once you enter into a corporate industry, once you enter into marketing and you start working on deals, you start working on RFIs or RFPs, case study become your most valuable asset. Because a case study is something which your company, take for example, they sold out something into the market, and the customer loved it so much that they allowed your organization to create a case study around it. Okay, to write something around it, to let the world know that, okay, this particular organization did something for us and it was a huge success for us. So it's not easy to build that reputation, to build that, to get into that zone that the company will write or give you that opportunity that, okay, we did this business, now you are free enough to go and write for us, or create a case study and circulate it in the market, put it on your website. And guys, there is a bigger clause around it. You cannot just go and write on something. That's not the case when it comes to corporate, when it comes to these deals and all. There has to be a legal agreement in place. So, those are the things which these are fine nuances when it comes to these launch assets and product content. You just cannot go and create a case study like that. Obviously a white paper could be a good asset, which is something, if you have a brilliant leader who is ready to write on that particular launch or that particular asset or that particular product, that what are the benefits, how is it going to be useful, and how many people are using it. So on the basis that if you're creating something, that nice content, that is something which will actually help you create a wonderful marketing strategy. Last but not the least, and as Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. It's my famous quote. It's a very famous quote. I just love it. I use it during my official presentations as well. That obviously you will think that your plan is the best. I think that my presentation is the best, but no, there has to be something different. That USP which could make a difference. So last but not the least, launch. But just be prepared that everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Last slide, which basically talks about how we have lived our life, or what should be the ideal scenario in a corporate, is to ask questions. It's as simple as that. You have to ask good questions, and then only you will get better answers. So that's all from my side, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I hope what I said makes sense to you people. If you have any questions, any queries, you can ask me right here or send an email via Dr. Shamsher, and I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Yes, Thank you, Mr. Sumit Khanna. It was an enlightening speech and a perfect to the contemporary that you have touched many points about how to launch a product and about the marketing strategy, building of multiple products, and also you shared your own experience to your juniors, especially. Um, Thank you. That next, I would like to call Mr. Habibul, General Manager at Bloom's Hotel Goa, to share his view on this theme.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy, for inviting me for the same. Before I go ahead, I would like to know: am I audible? Crisp and clear?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
you are.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So let me also take this opportunity to thank the BCIPS management and faculty team for hosting this conclave. I mean, and to all the eminent panelists, along with Dr. Krishnamurthy, to moderate this session, and to all the speakers who have spoken so far. They've really been an insightful knowledge and an amazing session. So coming down from what all I've spoken, I have a couple of points that I've picked up from everyone who spoke, starting from Dr. Mishra. She spoke about the economy, the Indian economy, which constitutes about 1.3 billion people, and then the GDP, which is divided amongst services, agriculture, and manufacturing. And just to further categorize it from my little knowledge that I have gained all these years in between you all mentors and guides, the services sector contributes about 55%. And today I am a part of the service industry. So I'll talk about the same. And vis-a-vis with the agriculture, it contributes about 18%, and the manufacturing contributes about 70%, which leaves about 5% for the rest of the industry sets, to come into picture. Mr. Banerjee spoke about healthcare and m-commerce, which amazingly was portrayed, and it is rightly said in today's time, it is no more about e-commerce, it's more about m-commerce, which actually constitutes about 67% of e-com, which is a big number. Going forward to Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, I mean, amazingly spoken on a lot of points, talking about the unemployment which was created in the recent times, due to the COVID hit, and going forward from there, it was about that you can't copy paste somebody who has done well, and the same could be just pasted and copied to other set. I mean, every industry, every sector operates differently, and it must have a deep inside knowledge. He also went on to talk about the 4 A's, which is actually correct in today's functioning, which talks about adapting and adoption, and of course the acceleration versus the actuations. So I mean, amazingly put, I would say. Thank you, Doctor, for all that. And then of course, as Mr. Dhaman, from this panelist, one of the panelists who spoke and who started, also spoke about the transformation and the global leadership from the perspective of IT, ITS, and through his domain, which is facility management. I mean, he spoke about NER, which is Northeastern region, how it has gained the vibrance, how it has come up being a vibrant economy, which is also, I would take a little time in my discussion while I talk about the rural tourism, which also entails the Northeastern region. And of course, the operations management, which is again my domain, coming from how Sumit said he started his career from sales. So did I. I mean, I started the career from sales, moved on to marketing, moved on to business development, opened various hotels, and now with operations. So coming from different zones, I guess, today everyone is excited to know about a lot of these arenas, especially the students who are listening to us. Thanks for bearing, all of us through all these, sessions and all this time since morning. So thank you, everyone, I would say. And to start with, I have, I would like to ask you all, I mean, how do you all look up to hospitality as an industry, or not as a job perspective, but then I'm sure that everyone looks up to visiting or taking holidays sometimes, and picking up the right hotel, picking up the right destination, and of course it all starts from the planning phase. So if I may ask, the eminent faculty team from the BCIPS, I mean, what's your next plan? When are you coming to Goa? It's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful place to be in. I would say it is one of the top 10 destinations of the world, and the only destination in the top 10 list from India. So it's exciting to be, to have this opportunity to have been working in Goa from last 4 years, and by the sea. So, so I mean, okay, let's not waste everyone's time. I'm one of those who loves to interact, who will keep on going, and hence I've not got a PPT for you all to, make this session very boring. Sorry, guys, the ones who have given it, it's not boring at all. It was informative, but then I feel that, I would like to take it up differently. So, I mean, to give a little intro about the Bloom that I represent today. We started our operations back in 2012 with our first property in New Delhi, and the Bloom Hotel Group is started by the owners of the Imperial New Delhi. Everyone is aware of this was the first colonial hotel of India back in 1932, and since then it is a standalone and one of the most eminent luxury hotel of India, also a part of the world, the luxury destinations and the hotels of the globe. We essentially started our company as a management contract. So we used to take over hotels with our expertise in hotels, running hotels with the profitability. We started that. And today we are with 24 hotels, already 14 hotels more signed up. So by this year end, you will soon see us getting onto 40 numbers. This has all been possible in last 10 years, sorry. Fantastically, how? Because we all started with one brand. As Sumit said, how you launch a product, is very critical and takes a lot deep dive, with the thoughts, target audience, development, design. So, I mean, we actually launched 4 brands underneath Bloom Hotel Group, and till date, I mean, we have these 4 brands with 24 hotels across India. Now, I feel travel in today's time has become an integral part of human life. This industry is changing and has compelled us to travel across seas, fly in the sky, climb mountains, and explore land, and various more ways to interact with the nature as well as traditional values, of that place, of that people. But I feel somewhere, we all spoke about ITS majorly here, and today's topic also says, about global leadership, transformation, as well as innovative governance. But I still feel, and I'm sorry again before I start, please don't mind, but then we are really long way from becoming leaders in inventions and innovations. I mean, if we start comparing ourselves with the countries like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, we are just not a match. And it's not that we can't. Also, to acknowledge the fact we are the world's largest democracy, wherein we get a lot of people from different cultures, different traditional values. And therefore, that's the core. That's where we need to start, thinking about. So need of reorienting our culture is the need of the hour. And we need to really respect that, from the people who are coming from different cultures. I mean, we need to have our people set and buy this culture by being high aspirations, having a meritocracy for whatever we are doing. We must have a vision, whether this is, as Mr. Zulfi said, do your best. I say, bloom to your best. I mean, whatever you do, I mean, of course, you do from the mind and contention of that, yes, this is going to be right. But then don't really go by the result. You just bloom to your best. I mean, do whatever you're doing, but then do it excitingly by being happy. That's when the results will speak of itself. Yeah. And then with this, we need to raise the hierarchy of ideas rather than age. Now in this time, especially, I mean, I have all these eminent faculty team in front, many of our familiar faces from our time back in 2010, so, I mean, within Dr. Mishra, I would put it across to you. I mean, within your organization, within your management, you've got lot of faculties from different age groups, but what is more important is not to gain that hierarchy of who we are, who are they. What is more important is the ideas they rear, they harvest, their culture. This is where the next generation is all about. And this is where we can only be mindful to bridge this gap. I mean, we have all seen in our families how this has gone on. So this is all in the mind. It has nothing to do with the the innovations which are materialistic. I feel that way. Of course, this involves lot of values like discipline, excellence, hard work, proactiveness in problem solving, curiosity. I mean, you can be the best at problem solving, but are you curious to know the other set? I mean, people coming from different varsities, I mean, different discipline, carrying a different knowledge. How curious are you to engage with them? That's very important. So I feel it's a constituent of all these factors, and we as India can really gauge up to become that top 5 leaders, when it comes to holding on to our traditional values and gauging with everyone, from the piece of what we have delivered on these set of values we spoke about. Now, I was also asked by Dr. Singh, to talk about, things like how the industry transformed, and what happened while this COVID had hit, because we were the worst hit industry. Never in my career, at least in last 12 years, I have experienced it. I mean, this was always an ongoing industry, always on an upward chart. People never stopped drinking, never stopped eating, never stopped traveling. But this 2 years literally halted all this. So this was something which no one ever had experienced, at least the ones that I know in this industry, the veterans, the legends, the unicorns, never had experienced it. So this was the first time anyone or everyone was going through. So yes, we do have bottlenecks when it comes to pitching India on the map of tourism. But just to let you know, which also makes you exciting, I mean, on the travel and tourism competitive index that India holds, before 2012, we were ranked 65 on that index. And within 2012 to 2020, in last 8 years, we have scaled this up from being on 34th place. And this is really high. We have done this in just 8 years. Imagine countries, it takes them, years, decades to just scale up one level up. And we've done it with almost half the levels, beating a lot of other countries. So we are still there. There are so much of India which is still unexplored. As rightly had put up by Dr. Singh, with regards to rural tourism. I mean, how many of us within whoever has joined this discussions today have visited Rajasthan completely, or Delhi completely? Let me put it that way. Forget rural tourism. How many of us know Delhi inside out? We've all been there in Delhi or your own hometowns. Have you really got a nerve of everything in that place? No. This could be with the meals. This could be again with the drinks. This could be again with the corners, roads. There is so much to explore. So when I was talking about the bottlenecks, guys, and when I say bottlenecks, how are we giving this impression to the foreign tourists? I mean, by 2020, almost 16 plus million people, were foreign tourists who were visiting India. I'm not quoting 2021 and 21-22 because somewhere this was halted due to the restrictions, but I'm only telling you the data until 2020. So it was 16 plus million foreign tourists who traveled India. This is year on year, and out of that, 20% came through, I mean, from the e-tourist visa basis, which means again the use of technology there. where people always wanted to have someone, to get them visas or to have them these stamps, so that they can visit, so that they can fly, they can sail through from a country to another country. I mean, it was done, through tech, and 20% of 16 million. Just imagine, we are talking about close to 3 million people going online. So what is the potential, still there, which is out there, unexplored? So, I mean, yes, so we need to portray India in a manner wherein it starts from the first impression, from the booking portals, from the airport structures. They need not be stressed, like how much time in today's world, today's era, I mean, we take to get out of the airports, to get out of the railway stations. Bloody, it takes, if I am a foreign tourist and if I am entering India, it takes good 2 hours to clear the immigration. So that's not the tourism. That's the first impression that country has left onto, these people who come leaving their home behind. In their mindset, they are here for leisure. But it is not the right case. They are made to wait. They are made to go through so many security checks. So it all starts from the right governance, the right set of policies, SOPs, which actually will get them to go free, go easy, and therefore with a free mindset to explore the country. I would like to pick up a couple of things. India has got 28 states, 8 UTs, but then are we really putting it across to the tourism board? I mean, every state has its own charm. Every UT has its own beauty, but then it is really not going across in the right way. So the message, what I am bringing in here is that whatever we do, we may be doing less, but if we ensure that we do good, the results will be out in a better way. So, I mean, now coming down to, again, I'm running fast because I feel that this has already taken time and gone beyond the timeline for everyone. So therefore I'm rushing, and please don't mind that. If anyone has any questions, I'm all ears. Everyone has the contact details as well as the message chat box, and I'm also looking up to that. So, I mean, during COVID-19, as everyone, every corner of the world came on a standstill, so did our industry and so did the travel. There were a lot of people who usually as regular travelers were there in Goa as well as India. I'm talking about the foreign travelers. They were stuck. They didn't know who to call, who to reach out to. WHOs had their own SOPs. The Indian Travel Association had their own SOPs, which were never linked. Nobody knew what to follow. So the question why are we doing it became the utmost question of that time. I mean, was this because of the safety and security of the guest, or to save us because this was a pandemic? I mean, should we save ourselves or should we save them? So, I mean, this was a bigger question, how it is to be done, what is to be done, who will do it, and how we will execute it. I mean, we were just clueless. But then this gave us a lot of learning. We sat as a team together, and we were reading a lot of these media news coming from. Thanks to our associations who had guided us in the right manner. So, I mean, of course, the revenues were zero. I mean, the hotels had almost shut, but thanks to the quarantine business during that time, because there were a lot of foreign nationals who were to be sent back. There were a lot of bubble flights which were started, thanks to the Air India, for that matter, who were roped in to do so, to bring in our Indian nationals who were out, during that phase, and also to take the foreign nationals back to their country. This was a big, I would say, measure, and this is unmeasurable, guys. I mean, this was just unmeasurable. You don't even know how much cost went behind to just execute this. Everyone's thoughts, everyone's experience and learning came to zero. This was like everyone was starting from the scratch. Nobody had a clue of how to handle it. Even if we had to go out, there were restrictions. Even we had to do something, there were restrictions, everything was under lockdown, nothing was moving, nothing at all. We couldn't have opened our rooms just for the heck of asking people to come in. I mean, it was just not acceptable. We were not allowed to. So that was the time we literally sat. We had a lot of workshops, we had a lot of training, so that we could have engaged people to get rid of these unnecessarily ideas, thoughts, wherein this made the entire system go weakened. I mean, everywhere it was negativity. This was a negative space wherein you had to be positive. Your environment was negative and you had to be very positive. I'm sure with you all, I mean, you all had experienced it. So this was by and large, difficult, time and a period, but then we all sailed through, and today, thanks to everyone, it was humanity, again, the core value, which brought us out of this pandemic. Till today, I mean, it is not the administration, sorry, but administration failed miserably. Because no one had clue how this will be done. I mean, everyone learned about this oxygen crisis across India. How many people lost their lives? There were enormous casualties because of one set, which was oxygen. But then if we could have had that kind of a thought through, I mean, basic oxygen, I mean, it's like a air breathing. We couldn't even offer that. So what offered it, or what reduced or had cut down the casualties, was humanity. And I really say, I mean, this is something that I have experienced myself. So again, coming down to how the industry sailed through was by bringing out certain strategies. I mean, we had launched staycations, we had launched workations. People who were working from home, we had provided them with a workspace, wherein they could come, they could rest, they could be in their rooms, they could wander around, they can be in the pool, they can order anything from the kitchen. These were contactless deliveries, contactless check-ins. I mean, the technology was roped in, wherein people were just doing check-ins on web, by the facial recognition. So a lot of this technical aid through the means of virtual reality, from the means of AI, was roped in. As Mr. Dhaman said, I mean, operations management is the heart of an organization, because we give our feedbacks, hence the design follows. I mean, we tell the reality, this is the demand, and that's how the supply is in turn made possible. So I mean, it is, and that's when we are confident that Indian hospitality has sailed through, even with the domestic travel. I mean, no one in the world, or no country in the world, has really gone back to the pre-pandemic or a pre-COVID figures, but Indian hospitality has. In fact, we have crossed the revenues of what we were doing pre-pandemic. So, I mean, overall, as a piece, I would say, Indian manufacturing is towards these packed foods have become much healthier and much hygienic. Over the carts, we used to have food, we used to have these chola bhaturas. I still remember one outside this BCIPS, there was this cart at one of the corners, and all the students used to always flock this cart, from all around. But can we really do this today? I mean, this has really got us to think again on how we can innovate our business doings or business operations. This has brought even that cart guy to think, whether should I have these bhaturas fried with my gloves on, with my sanitizer in place, and with the disposable plates which are not reused. So yes, the costs have increased, but at the same time, the urge of cleanliness and a hygienic environment has also increased, which is good for everyone. This is where I feel India needed that. I mean, being a very largely populated country, we needed certain measures of living good life, sustainable life, and a healthy life. And this has given a chance to think upon all those, points. I was also asked to talk about how did we recovered from that lockdown phase. So as I said, I mean, while the hotels were shut down, there was still some piece of business which was quarantine business. So we had to prepare ourselves for the same. Every week we were sending our employees for these tests, so that if at all anyone has it, I mean, is taken out, is quarantined, and this doesn't spread. So we were at the realm of being the frontline workers, just like the doctors and the nurses were. So we were engaged in giving services to these doctors. These doctors and nurses were staying with us. So I mean, it was an immense learning, and I just can't encapsulate in this 15 minutes or a 20-minute session. I mean, this is beyond, and I'm sure that I can today write a book when it comes to just encapsulating the learnings from the last 2 years. So I mean, technologies, I would just share a couple of technologies that we've used. We use the mobile concierge system, wherein now people who were booked to stay with us didn't have to really meet my concierge at the front desk or at the reception. Before they would have checked in, they had this with them. They could identify the nearby areas, the nearby places, with the timings, operational timings. If at all there is a charge, it talks about the charge. So it's basically an informative tool without even having a person talking about it. So it's like, as per your will, whatever you want to know, it talks about the same. Hassle-free food orders. While the people were inside, they need not come to the restaurant, or they need not approach a person, or there was, of course, room service. But then this room service, unlike a regular traditional room service, was changed to a contactless food orders. I mean, they were just giving orders straight away, and these were punched in straight into the system. So interfacing this technology, the integration of this tech was something that we had designed internally. We didn't post it, we didn't copy paste from anybody. This gave us time to design this tech internally. So thanks to our tech team who did that. We had done sales business development through the means of these virtual calls, the way that we are conducting the conclave. Who would have thought conclaves happening online? We would make setups, as as Mr. Dhaman said, facilities management. I mean, if we were to conduct a conclave for 200, 300 people, we would decide for a place, we would decide enough lighting, we would decide about, lot of basics like sockets availability for the laptops, a panel. For the panelists, there would be a head desk. For the speakers, there would be a podium. Everything gone. Unnecessary clutter, materials gone. So, and this has become a good way of, using a platform which reaches out to the masses, even without having a fixed asset. We went into digital marketing. Guys, just to let you know, until 2016, we had not spent a single penny on marketing activity. So for good 5 years, we were operating without any marketing spend. And that's what gave us the word of mouth, which is still by large, one of the biggest, marketing tool. And very recently, we started this digital marketing platform. And we, as I said, now people know who we are, and we are replicating the models by going with more sustainable design models, which are even eco-friendly, organic, as well as tech-friendly, or I would say tech-savvy and futuristic. Coming down to the e-commerce, I mean, in today's time, maximum bookings would be done through online. And that's how it has come into existence into hospitality industry. I'm sure you all, whenever you want to plan your holidays, the first thing is, let's get together as a family of friends and check out on Google what is selling the best. We will go on TripAdvisors to talk about the top 10 hotels or the top 10 destinations. So we have these techs, in place, enabling the industry to move, and that's how this results into having added revenues for us. And again, I mean, we have incorporated, to cut costs, we have incorporated smart systems, wherein these smart systems are in a way like saving electricity. So we've got these RFIDs placed in every rooms, wherein it cuts cost. If you're not in, the lights won't turn on, and if you're in, it turns on. It's like sensor based. Similarly, the water systems, if for example, in the afternoon, if in a hotel a water needs to be 100% on hot and cold, we need to offer that 24/7. I mean, initially the systems were that we had heaters, boilers, and there was a cost to run it 24 hours. Today, if a person really wants to have a hot shower right in the midnight or at 2 in the morning, I mean, they can have it. I mean, the solar systems, yes, the initial costs are higher, but then eventually these can be incorporated and integrated with the better tech, to make it more smart. Similarly, the electrical systems overall. So we've got motion sensings in all these places. Yes, this was again a cost, but has helped us to fade the unnecessary fixed cost or the overheads that we had. So I mean, I've spoken by and large about everything with minimalistic way. If anyone has any questions, I'm all ears to answer that.
Yes, thank you everybody for sharing your valuable thoughts in the view of contribution of service sector and with rural tourism, so reorientation of agriculture and the innovation technology is what the hospital industries has used to manage this pandemic situation. And finally, that we are doing next about digital marketing tourism also. Dear participants, now the session is open for questions. So for that, we had informative presentation from the panelists. This time for the questions and discussions. So I request the panelists to come up their own opinions on the questions. So would you agree that only innovation is going to cause the overall development of India? Anyone of the panel? I think so, what do you think?
Yeah, Dr. Krishnamurthy, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. So would you agree that only innovation is going to be cause the overall development of India?
So I can't hear you.
Yeah, would you agree that the only innovation is going to cause overall development of India? Is that the theme of the discussion about innovation?
Yeah. So see, innovation is something which will keep us in the race. Okay, because new things keep on happening. But one thing which we cannot forget is the humility. So technology along with human touch is going to be the key for any development for any country, because you can't leave behind the population. You can't leave behind the people. You can't be only working with machines. So innovation, it has to be, you can say, having touch, that human touch has to be there. Hope I answered your question.
Yes. Yeah. So this is for Sumit Khanna. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I am here, doctor. Okay.
So, generally, what factors that influence in innovation of new product lines? What do you think about that? What are the innovative factors that is influence to create a new product?
What
you talked about many content about the launching of the new product and the marketing strategies what is supposed to take on it. So, what is the major factors presently which is influence to bring out the innovative product?
Doctor, honestly, I can't hear you properly. Can you come closer to the mic or something? I guess It's just me, or is it with everyone else that I'm not able to hear Dr. Krishnamurthy properly?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
No.
Is it okay?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. So my question is, so what factors which is influence to innovate, new product which is to be launched in the competitive field? What will the present major factors which is influence to launch a new product?
Okay, so you want during the pandemic area, or
Yes.
Okay, so if I talk about all the factors first, as I mentioned on my presentation, see, it has to be the target audience. Now the game has changed completely, especially for IT industry. Initially, what was happening, we were into events and everything, and things become very easier for us. We will do management conclave, we will do an event or something where people will come, we will show our product and everything, and it becomes a piece of cake for us to sell it. But now what has happened, thanks to the pandemic, the importance of digital and content marketing has increased leaps and bounds. We have that opportunity to do everything online, and it has become a problem for us because we can't speak to the customer directly. And so we have to be confined on a laptop doing all these webinars, podcast. So these are the few innovative tactics from a marketing standpoint which are basically helping when it comes to a product launch. As I mentioned, that creation of asset is very important. You talk about webinars was not very prominent like 2 years, I would say 3 years back or 4 years back. Now if you go to LinkedIn and Twitter, you will find a series of webinars on various topics, and those revolves around companies as well, because we are trying to do that with our leaders. We are trying to create a series of webinars where, as I would say, seniors of ours, like CEOs, CFO, they will come and talk about something or the other. So that is something, these are basically like few innovative tactics which you can use to help during this COVID times.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Editorial. Mr. Editorial, are you there?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. So my question is that we have been adopted innovative technologies to manage your moleculars and your hospitality industries. There are so many technologies that have been used in the hospital industries to manage your business. So my question is, did you find any kind of resistance to adopt this new technology in your hospital industry?
Not at all, doctor. I mean, I rather feel that hospitality is equally, possible when you have aligned yourself with the tech. And today, all hospitality businesses or any businesses can only do well where they've aligned with tech. Tech is the future, as simple. Only you can survive when you have savaged yourself and aligned yourself with the tech. And tech is in itself is an evolvement from what you have seen yesterday and today. I mean, it is a continuous and a rigorous change and evolvement from what we have experienced in the past. So, I mean, who cared for restaurants wherein the robots are serving the food? I mean, there are restaurants which have launched in these 2 years, wherein the robots have been taking orders and delivering food, while you're dining or while you're taking the food at home. I mean, who had thought that while you're dining, the dish that is there on the menu can actually be portrayed right in front of you through the means of that AI as well as the virtual reality. I mean, I'm sure everyone has seen these texts, or these small videos which have come up as WhatsApp forwardings. I mean, it's all possible in today's time, doctor. So, I mean, I feel that this hospitality business or this industry can only go through, from all such pandemics or epidemics while we incorporate tech in our industry and our businesses.
Yes. So the next question is it goes to the Sumit Khanna. This is, could you suggest some of the skills need for Indian youth, skills that you want to use some of the advice to your juniors is to top of this.
From a
Yeah.
marketing standpoint?
No. General skills about that we could suggest skills that is needed for Indian youth to obtain the global transformation sector.
Guys, if I'll talk about skills, any and every skill nowadays is of utmost importance. Be it my sincere suggestion would be, I'll say it is not basically a skill, but it just keep on learning, keep on nurturing that learning curve of yours. It's as simple as that. If I talk about the global transformation, as Mr. Abe was mentioning, how rapidly things have changed in the hospitality industry. The same with the IT industry as well. Things are changing, things are moving at a very rapid pace and on a regular basis. So if I talk about skills, it has to be continuous learning. That's like, I've spent 14 years in the industry now, but I know every other day there is something else, something new which is coming into the industry, which I have to learn. Second, but from a skill standpoint, I guess that would be my advice to the people right now, like continuous learning. Because if I talk about something specific, then obviously it has to be digital, it has to be content, it has to be social. You have to brush up those skills to be in the industry, to be in the market on a regular basis. Digital has so many aspects of it. It could be SEO, could be SCM. You have to learn on, you have to brush up your skills on these things. So don't think that if you're a master of one trade, that is going to help your case. You have to learn too many things, to grow right now. That's the kind of individuals I would say the corporate are looking for.
And to add to Sumit's answer, I think one has to have the skill to ask the right people, right questions. And I don't think then you will need any skill, because
Yes, sir. There are many questions that we want to do that, but due to time constraint, so we want to conclude this session. So,
Sir, with your kind permission, can I ask one question?
yeah, please. Please.
Sir, this question is for Mr. Satraj. Sir, actually, yesterday I was listening interview by Dr. Aghuram Rajan. He said that the future of India, he was speaking about the future of India. He said that our economic is based on export of goods. We should go towards the exports of services. He has given a very good example that in this COVID, the India was doing very good in the export of services like healthcare, consultancy. So I would like to request you, can you please throw light on this, that either his vision for India is right, or we should add something in his vision so that in future may become number one in the world in all sector, in all domain. Thank you, sir.
So, Dr. Ashad, see, that person is highly qualified. He has seen the world. To be very frank, I have been in India only. I have not traveled abroad. But yes, service is something which, see, technology we are talking about. So this is service only. The additional thing to service is the chip manufacturing. So chip, definitely India is going ahead with that. So I think service industry is going to you can say the thing which everyone will, you can say, go for. Let it be your household things, your organizational requirements, your country, whatever thing is there. So services are going to be the, you can say, main focus for all the countries, apart from the, you can say, the technology, hardware manufacturing. So I think he is right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My next question will be to Mr. Krishnamurthy, sir. Sir,
yes,
we have got the NAP, National Education Policy.
Yes.
So,
we
sir,
are the second institutions in the country.
Yes, sir. So do you think that this NAP will put us on the global educational hub, or we will be a prime player in the field of education in the coming years?
Yes, definitely, sir. So the NAP is the syllabus. What they are trying to suggest is the people, the students, what they need to know. It is about that industrial-based knowledge. So they told us that There are many experiential learning programs that has to be introduced in the curriculum also, so that the students that can be attain their this knowledge and far to the global expectations. Definitely, definitely, the MVP is one of the right options to do. So for that, we have implemented so far that within 2 months, the first semester is going to examination is going to happen as per the MVP syllabus itself. Yeah, we agree that. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
Dr. Arshad, sorry, just to extend that service. So
Yes,
I
sir.
remember once somebody asked this Mercedes owners that who is your competitor. So then, surprisingly, what he told was very I can say interesting. He told Microsoft.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
why? Because he said that hardware everybody can will be able to make it, but the differentiation will be how the what is the experience of the drivers,
Yes,
the
service.
people using it. So
Right.
that is also a
Thank you, sir.
service. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My apologies if some of the questions could not be taken due to shortage of time, but I think most of the questions from the chat box have been taken up by the panelists and in the chat box itself, I believe. So we thank our panelists, Mr. Satraj Daman, Mr. Sumit Khanna, Mr. Abhay Goyal, and the moderator, Dr. Krishnamurthy, for this valuable and thought-provoking discussion and addressing the questions of participants. It was indeed a wonderful session with some noteworthy takeaways, and we are really obliged with all of your presence. We gained some truly valuable and practical insights from the industry as well as academia. All I can think about now after having the opportunity to listen to you all visionaries is let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the deliberations and be able to see and influence our future. May I now request Dr. Asjad Usmani, Assistant Professor, DCIPS, and the member of Organizing Committee of Management Conclave to present the valedictory note. Asjad, sir.
Thank you, Latika. And myself, Dr. Asjad Usmani, will conclude the today's panel discussion as well as our earlier inaugural session. So I will not be able to do the justice to this wonderful, knowledgeable session. I think so. I think the knowledge that I have got today, it is marvelous, up to the mark, and that will make us one of the leading organization or leading country in the world. Now, let's start with the morning session. We have got our Vice Chairman, Mr. Vipul Gupta, sir. He started with the word, the hard work is required to success. So that is the mantra. And that is the mantra in which we BCIPS believe in that. Sir has rightly said that India has shown the world the things how to deal in the COVID with its service industry. And he told us that we should be doing hard labor to make ourselves in the global map. And what are the things that has been required to make us a global leader in the market. The second address was given by our director, Dr. Aparna Mishra. Ma'am rightly said that we are moving from an old to a new era. That means India is in the transition state. We are in the 2020 and we want to transform our economic, our health, our culture, each and everything. Ma'am has given us an opportunity to think about yoga and spiritual knowledge by which we can lead the world. On the front of the governance in India, ma'am has used the word high octane growth of India. Yes, the world is saying us and they feel that we should lead from the front. The role of the governance and the role of the Niti Aayog was rightly discussed by ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and your knowledgeable thought. Then our chief guest, Anjan Banerjee. He was a gem of a person and is a gem of a corporate person. By his experience, he has deliberated on a major issues which is being considered in the field of IT. Sir said, emergence of new impact on the global platform, so we should not take it lightly. He said that the TCS is number 2 in the world and they are competing with the Accenture. Sir rightly said that to have a successful IT based in India, we should give more emphasis on our domestic base in which we should incorporate both public and private industries. Sir has given us the example to how to catch up with the China. He said that what we used to take in 3 months, China will require 9 months to catch it up. Sir then started deliberating on the point startup. He said largest share of IT application development and the process management will be the field in which we can have a startup. Sir talked about the future of IT, AI, cloud computing, then global warming. These are the things that were discussed by Sir. Then Sir give very much emphasis on the supply chain management because he feel that these are the areas which in India can improve a lot, and we are doing a lot of things to improve it. Sir talked about the healthcare and pharma contribution during the pandemic. Yes, I agree with Sir that these the healthcare and pharma contribution during the pandemic has made us one of the global leader, and that is our story of India. Then Sir told us that the data as a service is, has a role in the world. The importance of the data is very important. He talked about the quality of the data, how we can improve the data with his AI services, and we can go forward. Then Sir used the word of the data explosion, drives AI adaptation, and the role of the data for the future. Then Sir give emphasis for the M-commerce. In that M-commerce, he has been able to tell us that 30% of the smartphone or the person who uses smartphone still do not use M-commerce. That was a surprise for us that 30% of people who are using the smartphone, they are not using the M-commerce. What was the reason? He told us the reason was about the security system that is been not so much familiar with the customer. So we should develop that on the front to make it India more visible, to have a commerce-based inbuilt services. Then Sir gave a through light about India and his impact on the economic of the world. So with this kind words, Sir, I would like to thank you for your knowledgeable things that you have spoken. Then our guest of honor, Parveen Rajpal. Sir started with that there's a mega challenge in the education. So as from the field of educationist, I think that the points that he has discussed, it was rightly said. He said that the main cause for challenge in our education is about disruption. The disruption that we have seen during the pandemic. Then he talked about the compliance, that too much compliance, in which our government, the current government, is thinking about how to come out with the compliance. That too much compliance to carry a single window. Then Sir talked about we talk about the innovation, but still we find that in the industry there's a closed innovation. So I was very much familiar. I was able to know a new thing that is a closed innovation, in which Sir said that still we are not doing too much for the innovation. Then Sir told us about the outdated industrial age system, rightly said by Sir, that there is an blockage, there is no linkage between the industry and the academia, so we should improve that. Then Sir told us about the ARA framework, that means what are the different things that should be done to improve that framework. Then Sir told us about the incubators, how many incubators are there in the country. There are 52 incubators, and which is their stats and data. He make us familiar with the higher education and their problem in India. And last and not least, Sir has spoken about the ecosystem in which the India has to take a quantum leap. And for that quantum leap, there should be a digital incubator and accelerator. So these were the words that were used by Parveen Rajpal. And rightly, Sir was very much up to the mark and hit the target with each and everything. Then in last, what he said, that we have to convert the smartphone into business incubator and accelerator. So that means that should be the real use of the smartphone, which can make us, or by which we can connect with the world through the worldwide innovation network. Thank you, Sir, for your kind words and knowledgeable things that you have shared with us. Then Mr. Zulfi Ali Bhutto, he was the keynote speaker. He was full of energy and very passionate, and he started with the things that what are the things that a recruiter say in you. And he told us that 85% of the job and job titles may not exist by 2030. So this is the things that we should take it from this conclave, that future is wanting something new from us. That means the job title that we are talking, the jobs that we are doing, it should be more improvised. It should be coming with a new thing. Then he talked about the top 10 skills of 2025, in which he discussed about the leadership. That is first thing. Then he talked about the complex problem solving, technical design and programming, active learning, critical thinking and analysis, reason for problem solving. That means he gave emphasis that you should earn yourself in the industry. You should be resilient. You should be full of the new things that has been required. Then Sir was rightly quoting to the student that will be a job creation in certain factors, in certain industry by which you should be ready. He talked about the areas in where there will be a job in the future. He talked the areas will be finance, technical and digital media, cyber security, urban solution, then advanced manufacturing. So these are the areas in which we see the future. So all the students who are in this conclave, they should take this from this meeting, that these are the potential areas for you to get placed. Then sir told us about the technology, how the technology is impacting our behavior. Then he spoke about the four important A, that was adaptation, and what are the four A's which he gave very much emphasis: adapt, accelerate, and the last one, that is about accentuate. That means super specialty. What should I do? That means you should be a specialist in the work that you do, and nobody should catch you by if you want to survive in the market. Then sir told us to read read the books that he has referred to us: Deep Work, Digital Playbook, and Atomic Habit. So with this, sir concluded his lecture in telling us that friend in need is a friend indeed. That means you should have somebody to whom you can talk, and you don't need a bunch of friends, but you need only 4 or 5 friends to whom you can talk, and you can be stressless, and by which you can manage yourself. So this was all about the important inaugural session. Then our panel discussion started with the kind words from Dr. Krishna Murthy. Sir gave emphasis for role of technology, then activity-based learning, and what are the things by which we can improve in our education sector. In the panel discussion, first deliberation was done by Mr. Satraj Daman. Sir talked about the leaders who can cater to the need of the global requirement. Rightly said. Anna. So that was the thing that sir gave emphasis, that we should have a leadership which can cater to the need of the global requirement. Then sir has given the very good presentation about India opening up in different sectors like pharma, auto, ITCs. And then sir discussed about the employment, and he said that employment is about increasing buying power. So how we can increase the buying power of the customer, so that we can have a good economic. For that, he gave emphasis for the local market and local for vocal. Then sir spoke about the rising India from 1995 to 96, in which the main focus was on ease of doing business. That was the most important thing we have seen. This was the, I will call it the honeymoon period of India, in which we were rising. In that, sir discussed about the tax holiday, SEZ, rising of Indian industry. Then India became the hub of pharma and auto industry. Then sir talked about the transformation. That means the real transformation from world-class country to a world-class manufacturing unit. Sir gave emphasis for that India has been doing a lot of for their infrastructure, in which we are developing our logistic system, we are developing our infrastructure, and due to this, the FDI has started coming to India. Sir also told us about the Tesla. They are wanting to come to the India, but the government is trying to do something by which we can have a tie-up with them. So that was the thing about the transformation. Then sir discussed about the drivers of the transformation. In that, he talked about the digitalization as a way of life. He threw light on the tax collection and its impact on the life of the life of the Indians. He told that due to tax collection, our life and the expenditure of the government is increasing, by which we see that there is a sea change in the infrastructure of the India. We can now move from one city to other city. The businessmen can come to the major cities or major hubs of the India. So that was the thing that he discussed. And in that, he told us that the political change is one of the major transformer. That means to get transferred or to have a transformation, he talked about the political will. And he told us, yes, we have got the will, which we can be the initiator for the world, and we can place ourselves as a very good country in the future. Then he talked about the leadership, how it should be an inclusive, good governance, action planning, and taking lead in matters of the global importance. That was the thing that sir told us. And in last, he discussed about the operation management, a transformation tools which involves all the verticals of the management and can transform the organization. So he said that in operation management, we take every vertical of the management which can work together and which can which can transform the organization. And the last and not least, he discussed about the resource utilization or resource optimization. Sir, thank you very much for your word, for you the line that you have spoken, and you have shown us the right path by which we can develop our country or we can move forward to achieve our target. Then Mr. Sumit Khanna, he discussed about the demand generation, about how to launch the product, and he has been able to discuss the 7 step in a very, very suitable way by giving the examples that how we can do the customer development, then positioning and messaging. In that positioning and messaging, he's discussed about what is it for, how what does it do, and why it is difficult. Then he gave a very, very good example to how to create and launch your product, about the viral marketing campaign, launch and asset. Then in the launch and asset, he discussed about the case study. That means case study is very important. And he concluded his lecture with the launch. That was the last part for this very good launch of your product with a statement of Mike Tyson. That means punch out. So, sir, I will like to say that if I punched it and we have filled that, and it was very, very good and very, very interesting session by you. Last or not least, I would like to thank our alumnus, Abhay Goel, who was really very, very speaking from his heart, and he spoke about the different types of the things that has been required in the hospitality industry. He's talked about the reorienting culture, then about how to explain the position of India in the tourism industry and the improvement in the ladder. Then he throw the light on the rural tourism and foreign tourists. He discussed about the bottlenecks in the tourism industry, and he talked about how they have faced with the business during this pandemic or COVID. He called the word quarantine business. So that was the word that I liked, Abhay, and I would like to thank you that you were able to throw the light for the service industry and the hotel industry that we are dealing with that. And in last, Dr. Krishnamurthy has done a good question and answer session in which the different questions were taken, and it was discussed in a very, very fertile way and very, very fruitful way, in which everybody was familiar with everything that was discussed. So with this, I thank all the panelists with my bottom of heart that they have came here and discussed the thing. And really, I feel blessed today that I have been able to take something very, very good from this conclave. Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, everybody. Now I hand over to Ms. Latika.
Thank you, Asjad sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Vikas Dahiya, Associate Professor, BCIPS, and member of the Organizing Committee of Management Conclave, to present the vote of thanks. Vikas sir.
Yeah, thank you, Latika. Honorable Vice Chairman sir, Shri Vipul Gupta ji, respected Director ma'am, our esteemed guests, dignitaries, participants, organizing committee, faculty and staff of the institute, and my loving students. I am grateful to extend a vote of thanks on this great occasion. I, on the behalf of the BCIPS family, extend to you a very hearty vote of thanks for gracing the event and sharing vision and experience and knowledge. We are honored to have the presence of Mr. Satraj, GM FM Operations, Italian Global Service India, who took out some time from his busy schedule and spending that valuable time with us. He brilliantly explained the various drivers for transformations and Make in India campaign. Thank you, sir, for blessing the event by your presence. We are privileged to have presence of Mr. Sumit Khanna, Associate General Manager and Head Content Marketing, HCL Technology. He brilliantly enlightened on the key aspect about the product launching and customer development. We are thankful for your valuable address and expert insights, sir. Thank you very much. We are privileged to have the presence of Dr. Krishnamurthy, Associate Professor, School of Commerce and Management, KJC, Bangalore. For sharing his knowledge, he explained the relevance of today's theme. He also moderated the sessions brilliantly. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We are lucky to have presence of Mr. Abhay Goel, General Manager at Blooms Hotel, Goa. We are grateful to have our alumnus, Mr. Abhay Goel, as expert speaker. He enlightened us on the perspective of the service industry, especially related to hospitality and tourism industry all over the world. So thank you very much, Abhay. I would also like to thank our director, ma'am, Dr. Aparna Mishra, for her able guidance and support for organizing this event. I also thank all the participants for their participations and in making this event a success. I thank our organizing committee, Dr. Shamsher, Dr. Asjad, our faculty, staff, and students. Without their support, it was not at all possible to organize this event. I also thank Dr. Latika for comparing this event. Last but not the least, I thank our student committee, especially Pulkit, Khushi, Saransh, Samrat, Tanisha, Sakshi, Ronak, Ayush, Anmol, Prakriti, Preeti, Megha, Shivam, Palak, Ayush Jain, Anmol, Ronak. So they have worked in a very effective manner with us for last 10 to 15 days. So I thank them for their commendable job. To conclude, let me once again repeat that without you all, we will never have the courage to make it happen. So thank you very much. And let me invite you all to the next session of Management Conclave 2023. So thank you very much. Over to you, Latika.
Thank you, Vikas sir. I would like to inform the participants that the feedback form has already been shared in the chat box, and you'll get the certificate as soon as you fill this form. With this, we are formally concluding our annual Management Conclave 2022. On behalf of BCIPS, I thank you all for making time in your busy schedules to join us here this morning. And thank you all for being with us. We promise to bring new dimensions and innovative ideas to nourish your mind in the next chapter of the conclave. Thank you.
I'll just take 1 minute.
Sure, sir.
My special thanks to Latika.
Thank you,
for
sir.
comparing and successfully handling the session, and the whole team of the students who has been with us throughout the preparation and various activities which they have beautifully and successfully handled. So my special thanks to these two, and also my team, without which this kind of the event would not have been possible. So thank you, Asher, thank you, Vikas, and overall, thank you to whole BCIPS family for supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we formally conclude the session and stop this streaming. I would request Prashantji to close the session and stop the YouTube streaming also. And thank you to the whole team, including Prashant, Neha, and the students who have arranged the streaming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Everyone is requested to leave the session. Prashant, you can close the session.
Thank you, sir.
Prashant, can you hear me, or should I do it?
Yes, sir.
Should I do it, or you will do it?
Sir, I am leaving, sir. And
Okay. So I am closing for everyone?
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay. No, I just have to leave. I can't close for everyone.
Sir, the admin can only close the session.
Okay.
Pulkit, stop recording. Pulkit.